Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Flynn. Present. Ms. Johnston. Here. Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Present.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Feeling a little disoriented.
Me too. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Dr. Selkirk. Here. Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, could you lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What?
We do have some minutes tonight.
I don't have any idea. I've done it.
I'm kind of waiting for a motion.
Move the minutes.
The minutes are before us. Could you push the screen, please, because it's now, the system is working.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the minutes? Is there objection to approving the minutes, or accepting the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are accepted as presented. Thank you. I do have several announcements to make, but first, I was kind of waiting for Mr. Clayman. Is he going to give a mayor's report?
Madam Chair, he will shortly if you could indulge him for a few moments.
Well, then, if there's no objection, I'll go ahead and give mine, and then we'll look for Mr. Clayman. New committees were posted. Those are available on the municipal website under Assembly as a press release. I wanted to point out that I purposely did not appoint a school district committee yet because there's different interpretation on what that committee should do. And I've had an upcoming meeting with the superintendent, and there's been some discussion about having committing of a whole. So we need to talk about what we want that committee to do. Additionally, I've appointed Mr. Coffey as energy liaison. He's been kind of active with the Municipal Light and Power and the CEA discussions, and there's also the governor's pending legislation that talks about energy issues. He has a real interest in that, and I know it's something that this assembly needs to be involved with and keep on top of. Additionally, Mr. Sullivan has requested that Mr. Coffey be his liaison to the transition team, so he'll also be doing that function for us. This body will be having a special meeting on May 18th at 5 p.m. in the mayor's conference room to certify the runoff election. Additionally, we're having a slight change of calendar. There is a work session currently scheduled on the Connect Crossing on May 22nd. That will be changed because of the Memorial Day holiday to June 5th. That's also the day that we'll be having our joint meeting with the Anchorage School Board. At their request, the initial date we had scheduled is going to have to be changed. So there are several items on the agenda that we will be revising the published hearing date. That is one of them. There are also several items later on in the public hearing section that it appears will be continued. And as such, I want to announce that now so that if you are strongly interested in that, you'll be aware that there may be other versions of the ordinance coming later. The food code, which is item 14G, is one of them. The legal department discussion on fines and fees is another one. The ombudsman ordinance 14E is another one. And 14J, the waiver of permit fees for deteriorated property, the public hearing date, it'll also be continued into a later date. That concludes my report, and it appears Mr. Clayman is here. Mr. Clayman, do you have a report for us?
Yes, just a couple of matters to touch base on. Two efforts that we've been working on that I think has been met with a lot of support within the community. First was we got a public information campaign going on pothole repair, urging the public, if they find potholes, to call those in, because we don't have people in the city that independently drive drive looking for potholes. We really depend on public reporting. The phone number is 343-MEND, and we've made a commitment that if someone calls in a pothole, if it's a state road, we'll report it to the state and ask them to repair it. And if it's a city road, we've made an effort to repair all those potholes within 48 hours of reporting. And the general response has been that we've been getting a few more potholes repaired this year than in typical years as a result of those calls that are coming in. So that's one effort, and the other is that typically we start the street sweeping around the 1st of May because although winter seemed to be lingering late, spring then came earlier, and so we got the road maintenance crews out doing some street cleaning by mid-April. Of course, as I think the Assembly knows, that's typically at least a 1-month process to get all the streets cleaned, and so it certainly takes some time, but I've certainly been seeing that we are starting to make progress and get more of the dirt cleaned up off the streets, and so that also is moving forward and started ahead of the typical schedule. So those are the two main items, and I think we all were challenged to bike to the Assembly tonight. I hope I wasn't the only one who did. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Any committee reports? Ms. Gray Jackson, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. My last committee meeting as chair was held on April 23rd, and I've already reported on that meeting at the last meeting. But I'd just like to say that I'm really grateful that I was able to serve as chair for the 1 year, and especially right after being elected to this body. And I also want to say that during that year, I held 9 committee meetings, and I'm happy to say that all members, for the most part, all 3 of us, attended each and every meeting. As the chair, I also attended monthly Budget Advisory Commission meetings, and that effort was to involve the Budget Advisory Commission and to let them know how important their input within this community is. As chair, I developed a great working relationship with the OMB director, which enabled us to work really well together. I developed a work plan that was approved by the committee, and that work plan has 12 goals and an action plan for each goal. I developed an agenda item that includes participation by the Budget Advisory Commission at each and every committee meeting. I developed an agenda item that invites a different department representative to attend each meeting to discuss ideas on saving money and creating efficiencies. And last, I was able to become a mentor to a gifted student who graciously served as staff for the committee for several months, and she provided meeting agendas and minutes of the meetings, and she saved staff time and also tax dollars. With that said, I'd like to graciously hand over my reign as budget chair to the new Budget and Finance Committee chair, Jennifer Johnston. Congratulations on your appointment, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you for your service, Ms. Gray Jackson. I know you're going to do a great job with our audit committee now. Mr. Flynn?
I can't top that. Nothing, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, do you have anything?
No, other than I'm also very grateful to have served as chair for the last several months. It was quite an experience, and I'm actually relieved to see that I am not the chair of any committee. Thank you.
Ms. Birch?
I have a follow-up question for the mayor. I punched in earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this was just in your capacity as a member of the AMATS committee. We have in the budget, or not in the budget, but in the addendum to the agenda this evening, a resolution that requests the Assembly consider eliminating the Knik Arm crossing out of the long-range transportation plan. Are you aware, I guess I've become aware of the fact that this jeopardizes basically entire long-range transportation plan and the federal funding for that. Did that discussion come up in the decision and the evaluation of this matter before the AMATS body?
I'm a little confused by your question, but I think I'll try to answer, and if I didn't answer right, let me know. The topic of taking the Knik Arm crossing out of the long-range transportation plan and taking that, if approved by the policy committee, to take it out that would make that money not available for the bridge was certainly discussed.
But the resolution that this body passed required that decision to come back to the Assembly for consideration.
It requires not only, well, actually, I don't specifically because I don't have it in front of me. There was a resolution that this body, or that the Assembly passed in the fall that started the process, and I know that part of the vote that the AMAT's Policy Committee took in early May that started the process of removing it requires that question come back to the Assembly as part of the AMAT's process for the Assembly's recommendation, which, as I understand it, is not binding on the AMAT's Policy Committee, but there is a requirement that the topic come back to the Assembly, and so that's the agenda item that is in front of you, has been added to the agenda today.
And if I could interject, we will have a lot of time to talk about that particular item, but if there's anything that he's done in particular that you want to ask him about, Mr. Byrd.
Well, I just want to voice my concern on the calendaring of this. It all appears to be directed to rush this through before the end of June, which would be the culmination of your term as acting mayor. And I guess bypassing the technical committee, negating the week-long public process and notification that's supposed to happen ahead of the policy committee decision. It seems like there's a real push. And the last time we did this, I remember it was in January, and there was another big rush to approve a whole bunch of labor contracts that have cost this community dearly. And I guess I'm concerned about the push to try to accelerate this resolution. I just want to understand the financial impacts and make sure that those financial impacts are well in front of this body before we rush in again and try to meet a schedule rather than trying to allow the process to work that we've already have in place for evaluating major changes to the policy.
Okay, if I'm going to interject, we will have the opportunity to talk about this at length later on. So if we could defer that, please, I'd appreciate it.
I just would like to make sure that the mayor's fully prepared to address that.
I would just note that in terms of the policy committee has procedures that are required under AMATS, and we have been following those as a committee, and that this topic coming back to the Assembly is fully consistent with those procedural requirements.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, anything you...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, don't have the next regular meeting for the Public Safety Committee set yet. We have new committee members. I will need to confer with them and find out what the most advantageous time for the both of them is. Once we do that, we'll set those and publicize those. I would, however, like to ask Diane Engel of the Health Department to give us a very brief update on the swine flu, the pandemic influenza.
Ms. Engel?
Thank you, through the chair. The H1N1 virus continues to circulate in this country and apparently 20-some other countries worldwide, and I would say that Alaska at this point has had no reported cases of H1N1 virus, and we continue to monitor the situation closely and work with our state and federal partners to formulate a response plan should that be necessary.
Madam Chair, the mayor has convened a cabinet-level group to plan for this contingency, and I've been participating in that and will continue to do so.
Thank you, sir. I've had a request. Could you please turn off your cell phone? There's some interference on the microphone system with cell phones that are roaming, apparently. Mr. Starr, anything?
No major report other than draw attention to the timely reporting of the runoff election, and everything seemed to go smooth, and we have a great liberty to vote, and it looks like folks did turn out, and I was real pleased to see uninterrupted and timely results of the runoff election. So kudos to that department, and I don't see Lupe here, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
Yes, the Community and Economic Development meeting will be held the week after next, and we're still figuring out the time between AMATS and the new time that we have for Title 21. We're going to be moving that time, and we'll verify it with the members once it's decided, and we'll let you know what room it's in. That committee is going to be initiating some discussions about how we can bring together a forum on how we pay for government. We talked at our last meeting about the issue of diversifying the tax base and really building some sort of conversation with the public so that the public knows what kind of tax initiatives or what kind of other resources might be out there. And I think what we'll do is be working with the Budget and Finance Committee and the Budget Advisory Commission to the best of our ability to see what we can pull together in terms of a forum and just an informational process so that we can talk about what resources are available. Also, I wanted to share with you, there was a joint work session today between AMAT's Policy Committee and the Technical Advisory Committee, and we were looking at the TIP and also looking at the revised AMAT's policies. And one of the discussions that surfaced in the process was the recognition that we have currently some pretty big called grandfather projects, which are big national highway projects that once we start, we have to keep funding or we have to pay the government back. And those projects are consuming a great deal of our resources, and I think there's a recognition on both the policy committee and on the technical committee that we've got a problem in the city in terms of maintaining our existing roadways. So there's going to be some strategies brought forward, I believe, to address making money available for our resurfacing and our maintaining of existing roads in light of the money that's committed for those other projects as well. It's a big issue.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you all got this. It's the transition that the mayor was kind enough to prepare to assist Mr. Sullivan. I asked that they be put in everyone's box. I hope everyone got one. That's number one. Number two, if anyone wants to contact the transition with regard to any aspect, send me an email. I'll get you all the contact information, who to call and where to go and so on. And just one further announcement on that. Mr. Larry Crawford, who's a former city manager under 3 different mayors, is the head of the transition team. So, and it's just getting started, as you can well imagine. So Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Crawford and others will be very busy for the next 45, 50 days. That's on that. On the Title 21 committee.
Could you hold on that? Dr. Selcraig got a question.
I assume that this should be seen in partnership with the transition document that was prepared by the Baggage Administration.
There was one that was done in, I guess, late December, early January. It's got a gray cover, sort of a blue-gray cover, much thicker than this one, but sort of a different focus. I think they complement each other, Mr. Mayor. Wouldn't you say that would be a good way to look at it? You can use them both.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
On the Title 21 committee meeting, we've got some changes. It's now a 5-member committee consisting of myself, Dr. Selcraig, Ms. Drummond, Ms. Osiander, and Ms. Johnston, and we have changed our times and dates of meeting, but not the place. The place will still be at the Permit Center in the conference room on the north side. That conference room is called the, I'm not sure, but it's consistent, Planning Department Conference Room. It's consistent with where we've been for quite some time. The meetings, they're on the web, of course, and they're posted, but their meetings are the 20th, the next 2 meetings are the 20th of May from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m., on Wednesday, the 20th of May, the same time, same place, on the 27th of May. And then there's more meetings that are scheduled, but I'll just, every meeting of ours, I will announce them and urge those who have an interest to either contact me or go to the website and see what it is. And we've got 3 sections in Chapter 7 that we're dealing with right now, and we will shortly, hopefully, have design standards, residential and commercial. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The addendum is before us.
Move to incorporate.
Thank you. Now, the items on the addendum are a resolution of the Assembly recognizing and celebrating Brown Jug for passing its 50th consecutive Alcohol Beverage Control Board test, making the Brown Jug model a nationally recognized best practice. Item B7, Resolution 128, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly urging the State of Alaska to accept $28.56 million in state energy program funding made available by the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. Item B8, Resolution 129, a resolution of the Assembly adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solution, AMAT's Policy Committee, deleting the Connect Arm Crossing Project from the Anchorage Bowl 2025 Long Range Transportation Plan and updating the planning and consultation requirements. Item D7, AM 275, Amendment Number 4 to Professional Services Contract with USKH Incorporated for the 9th Avenue Upgrade, Project Number 01-01 for $710,702. Item D8, Assembly Memorandum 276, a contract amendment number 4 to the professional service contract with Kenny Engineering, LLC, for the Glen Highway Eagle Glen Subdivision Area Drainage Project number 07-46, contract number 280334 for $41,500. For introduction, item F7, Ordinance 64, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code Chapters 5.10, Equal Rights Commission, and 5.20, Unlawful Discriminatory Practices. Item F8, oh, I'm sorry. All right. That was initially scheduled for a public hearing of 6/9, but there's been a request to have the public hearing on May 26th. This is item F7. Item F8.
Madam Chair, point of order?
State your point.
Yes, are you changing the public hearing date without motion?
Well, that was upon advice of the clerk. If there's an objection, we can deal with it on motion.
Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to just read it as printed, and we'll deal with it. All right, the public hearing date is 6/9/09. Item for public F8 for introduction, AR 2009-126, Anchorage Municipal Assembly conditionally granting a 10-year real property tax exemption and a 5-year tax deferral consecutive to the exemption for certain deteriorated property subject to stated conditions and limitations. Public hearing date of June 9th, 09. F9, AR 2009-130, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $7,111,699 from the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, HFC, as a supplemental grant to the state categorical grants 231 to the Department of Neighborhoods to fund the Weatherization Assistance Program. Public hearing May 26th, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 278. Item F10, Assembly Resolution 131, a resolution revising the 2009 General Government Operating Budget and appropriating $241,480 from Area-Wide General Fund 101 balance to reinstate certain positions. Public hearing date May 26th. On 13H2 on the agenda would be a substitute ordinance for 2009-37. This would be an ordinance of the Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for a rezone of approximately 70 acres from transition and R7 to I2 with special limitations for parcel 1. Madam Clerk, since this is a substitute version, is it necessary to read all the specific legal descriptors of the property?
No, somebody will move this version when it comes time to make a
Okay.
motion.
All right. Is there anything else that people would like to lay on? Well, first, let me see. Is there objection to accepting this addendum?
No.
Seeing no objection, the addendum is accepted. Is there anything else that people would like to add to the consent agenda at this point? All right. A motion on the consent agenda then would be in order.
Move to approve.
Thank you. I'd like to now, and there was a second?
Second. What are we doing here?
Could you hit the board on it so we can record?
My board won't work.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
There you go, now.
All right. Mr. Coffey, I'm going to start with you to see if there's anything you'd like to pull
Yes,
from.
ma'am.
All right.
There is. On the addendum to the agenda,
Yes.
items 9F7 and, 9F7 and 9F8. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Selkirk?
No, thank you.
Mr. Starr?
No items.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9A1.
On the addendum.
On the addendum, 9A1. Mr. Birch?
Yes, 9B2, or excuse me, 9B8
9 Bravo
No, 8.
8.
and 9 Foxtrot 10.
And 9 Foxtrot 10. All right. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull, for the purposes of changing the public hearing date, item 9, Foxtrot 1, AO 2009-61, on the regular agenda.
Okay.
On the addendum agenda, I think all the items have been pulled that we need to set. Okay, reset. Okay.
Anything else?
Nope.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I'd like to, in order to substitute 9 Bravo 4.
9 Bravo 4. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull 9-6, but only for the purposes of correcting a comment that's made in the memorandum that I believe is incorrect.
Was that 9 Delta 6?
9-6.
Dog.
Delta.
Okay.
Thank you.
A new approach. Thank you. All right. I'm going to recap those to make sure we've all got the same thing. On the regular agenda, 9 Bravo 4, and then continuing down to the D section, 9 Dog 6, and then on the F, for introduction, 9F1, Ms. Drummond. And then on the addendum, 9A1, Mr. Gutierrez, 9 Bravo 8, Mr. Birch, and then down to the F items, 9F7 and 8 were both Mr. Coffey, and 9F10 was Mr. Birch. Did I miss anything? All right. The rest of the remaining items on the consent agenda are before us. And is there any objection to approving them? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. And I know I made a promise that I would always look and see if anybody was appointed, but I don't think there was this time. Nobody this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm sure it's there.
All right. The first item before us, Mr. Gutierrez, I'm not sure, Ms. Gray Jackson is reading. So, Ms. Gray Jackson?
Move to approve.
Is there objection? Seeing none, that matter is approved.
Madam Chair, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Likewise, Madam Chair.
Me too.
I would too.
Is it unanimous that we're all a co-sponsor to this
Yes.
one?
Let's do it unanimously.
I think so. Very good. Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson. And if a representative from Brown Jug could come forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating Brown Jug passing its 50th consecutive Alcoholic Beverage Control Board test and making the Brown Jug model a nationally recognized best practice. Whereas underage drinking and irresponsible drinking are serious public health and public safety issues. And whereas, according to the recent 2009 report for the Tri-Borough Anti-Gang and Youth Violence Policy Team and Anchorage United for Youth, 75% of Anchorage youth have tried alcohol, with more than 1 in 4 binge drinking. And whereas, on April 29, 2009, Brown Jug employee Chris Mangiapane,
Close.
fix me.
Huh?
Could you correct me, please? I want to say it right.
Mangiapane?
Say it again. Mangiapane denied the sale of alcohol to a minor, and in doing so passed the 50th consecutive compliance test by the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board staff at a Brown Jug establishment. And whereas Brown Jug, Inc. is the only retailer in Alaska to pass 50 consecutive compliance tests. And whereas the Responsible Retailing Forum, a consortium of regulatory enforcement and industry representatives coming together to identify best practices to prevent underage sale of age-restricted products, has honored Brown Jug, Inc. with its first annual National Distinguished Retailer Award and created a video explaining how the Brown Jug model works, and efforts are underway to expand the model across the country. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby resolves the municipality of Anchorage recognizes and celebrates Brown Jug, Inc. and Brown Jug employee Chris Mangiapane
That's good.
and their demonstration of commercial responsibility and industry leadership. Thank you.
So you're free to make a comment if you'd like.
Sure. Our business model that the Responsible Retailer Forum was so interested in actually started a long time ago with Brown Jug. I've been with Brown Jug over 20 years. But it keys in on a component that originated in this room back in 1998. We were successful in getting a civil penalty attached to minors who illegally enter licensed premises here in Anchorage. We expand that on a state level, and there's a tremendous amount of interest right now nationally in expanding this model that created this penalty that was created right here across the country. We're very pleased. We had no idea that it was going to result in that. We just started off trying to make a good faith effort to prevent underage drinking, and it has really taken off. Chris, being our 50th consecutive pass, Brown Jug awarded him a bonus of $500. And we have also initiated a new bonus program for passing ABC tests. We've selected a number between 50 and 100, and we're not telling anybody what that number is, but we have attached a $1,000 bonus to that consecutive pass. So it could be the next pass, it could be 10 from now, but one of our employees is going to check an ID one of these days and get $1,000 for doing it. So we're very, very honored to be here tonight. Thank you very much for the recognition. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you. Nine, Bravo 4, Ms. Johnson?
Move to approve the S version, the Resolution 2009-123.
Second.
And if you could hit the screen, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Go ahead.
This just has some changes from the one that you had in the book, and I just would suggest that we approve it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to approval? Seeing none, that matter is approved. Thank you very much. 9 Bravo 8. Now, before we start this, my understanding is that we are required by our process on AMAT's process to have a public hearing, and this matter as a resolution does not show a public hearing. So my intent on this was to schedule a public hearing and then on June 9th and move the work session that's currently right before Memorial Day to June 5th. Thank you. That matter, is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
Will that show up as an amendment to this? I am very uncomfortable voting on, in any affirmative manner, a resolution that basically says you're adopting recommendations. And so I guess I'm trying to, from a construction standpoint, I'm trying to understand what you're proposing then. So there'll be a third section calling for a public hearing or something?
This item will not, if the Assembly approves the motion that was just made, this item will not be voted on tonight. Instead, it will be voted on the 9th, and we will have a work session prior to that to talk about all concerns.
I personally kind of like the Assembly meeting of July 7th.
Well, I had a conversation both with Mr. Abbott and with Mr. Wilbur about our flexibility on scheduling that. And Mr. Wilbur passed out a document that talks about the AMATS procedures. My understanding is once an item hits our agenda, we have 45 days to give input. We could refuse to give input, and if then we go past the 45 days, the AMATS Policy Committee could view it as our refusal to give input.
Then maybe this is a question for the attorneys. If this was to be defeated or voted down, would it reflect a lack of support by the Assembly for this initiative?
I don't think so. The way I would view it as an action that said the Assembly doesn't care to give input. And so if we want to make our voice heard, we need to have a public hearing and a vote on it. And right now, the way it's on our agenda, we don't have the opportunity to do that. And that's why I suggested what I did.
Okay, I would accept that. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, is
Ma'am,
there
I'm sorry,
objection?
yes, there's one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was in the queue.
I apologize. I've got to get used to the queue.
The reference is made here to the recommendations of the AMATS Policy Committee as of April 23rd. I was told we got that, but I guess, I don't remember. So do we have a document, Mr. Wilbur, or someone that was handed out? I'm sorry if we did.
Well,
couldn't find it.
I asked Mr. Wilbur the same question, and I believe he was conferring with the clerk. So can you fill us in on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey, what you should have is you should have a copy of the AR and the AM and a copy of the document the Policy Committee has released. It's titled Chapter 13. It's available on the web. It's been available since the day after the Policy Committee released it. If you do not have a hard copy as of yet, we will certainly get you one.
Well, there are at least two of us who don't, so it would be helpful, I think.
I was told it was handed out to the body. It wasn't. It's available to us on the web.
It is.
All right. Well, I'll try to find it, but it might be appropriate to make sure that when we have the work session, we have the document whose recommendations we're being asked to adopt. That would seem to me to make a little bit of sense. We might even read it.
Okay. Dr. Selkrig?
I have a few questions just to clarify Mr. Birch's concerns, and I think probably Mr. Wilbur can do it the best. When I read this, I actually called him because I was surprised at the wording. But it's my understanding, and I want you to clarify this, that the resolution before us tonight is a tool through which the Assembly can weigh in on this project. It's a tool through which we can hold a public hearing and then take a vote. Is that correct? And is that the intent of what this is before us tonight?
Through the Chair, Dr. Selkrig, that's correct.
Okay, and if we didn't do this, we wouldn't have another forum really through which we could, I guess we could do something, but in terms of the AMATS review process, this is the formal opportunity for us to hold a public hearing and to state our opinions regarding the bridge.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starr and then Mr. Birch.
Well, I guess I'm not sure how to handle the debate. It's some of it a question for Mr. Wilbur, but it speaks to the process here where it's by agreement of the Policy Committee or the Assembly that we could extend the opportunity to hear this past June 6th. The 45-day number that you talk about can be waived, it looks like, if the Policy Committee and the Assembly agree to do that.
Through the Chair, Mr. Starr, the Policy Committee could grant an additional time beyond the 45 days, not the Assembly.
It says here that unless the Policy Committee and the Assembly otherwise agree to a longer period of time as it relates to the 45-day consideration period.
And I didn't bring my copy of that memo, but
you handed it out. It's the okay. I didn't know if you were looking at the same one. I guess from the perception of the Policy Committee, I mean, what's the hurry here with again, the point was made in terms of another member to the AMATS is going to take over, which is the mayor, who will have a term of some length here and an influence on the city development. So why wouldn't the Policy Committee sort of defer to that statement? Is that if we ask the Policy Committee to extend the hearing into July, would they likely say that, or what's your take on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, you'd have to ask the policy committee. I certainly wouldn't speak for them on the time frame in which they would allow the assembly to act. I mean, this ordinance, this document that you have in front of you, reference an ordinance adopted by the assembly that says you have 45 days. So
it also says by agreement of both parties you could extend that time frame in there. So when does the policy committee meet next?
They meet the fourth Thursday of the month.
Mr. Starr, would you like to ask, there's 3 members of the policy committee in the room.
Just the process to see if there's a will of the body here to formally ask the policy committee to extend the meeting time into July.
Okay.
I'd so move that on the assembly here, and if it's appropriate to do that now, I think we want to take that up as a motion.
Second.
The motion is to ask the policy committee to extend the hearing date.
To waive the 45-day requirement.
To waive the 45-day requirement. Until when?
I'd like July 7th.
All right. Before we open debate on this, is there anything regarding AMAT's policy or procedures that would be contradicted by this motion?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. That matter, I'm going to assume now, if you're on the board, you're speaking to that motion only. Mr. Birch?
Of what force and impact is a resolution of the Assembly, either in the affirmative or the negative, on the AMAT's board? Are they bound to take that position, or is it advisory?
It is, through the chair, it's advisory.
So basically, whatever the Assembly votes, one way or the other, the AMAT's policy board is empowered to do what they would care to do otherwise, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, that's correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk, you're next.
What I do want to say is I think it's unlikely that the policy committee will support this. There's a timeline that they're working on. We've been working on it for almost 9 months, almost 10 months. And the other thing is that when we do need to be thoughtful, because I think we want to make sure that we do establish a public process within the context of the timeline that's existing, so that there is a forum through which the committee can be sure to weigh in. And so I think that assuming that we can extend this might be tricky business if we don't set the hearing for our decisions before it.
Well, just for clarification, I was taking this as a separate motion, so we're going to have a vote on if we're going to ask the policy committee, and then we're going to have a vote on if we're going to set the public hearing date that Mr. Coffey moved.
Sounds good.
This one is limited to this discussion. Mr. Coffey, you're next.
Thank you. I might suggest to Mr. Starr in his motion that we don't want to have the deadline be July 7th, because that's the night of the meeting. We would probably like at least 1 day or perhaps 2 days to transmit it to them. So I would suggest that you might amend your motion to make it, the following Monday or the Friday or something, the 10th or 11th, rather than the night that we meet.
So amended. I'm not sure. I don't have a calendar in front of me. The 10th is a Friday, I would think. Is that
8th, 9th? Yes.
All right.
That's acceptable.
Is there objection to the change date of the 10th? There is objection.
I object, Madam Chair.
All right. Then we're going to have to debate if it's not since it's on the floor and there's objection to changing it, we're going to have to make an amendment to change the date and vote on that.
So moved. Move it from July 7th to July 10th, so that if we do pass this motion, there's time after action to get it to AMATs.
All right. At this point, there was a motion, and was there a second to that?
Yes.
All right. Before us now is Mr. Coffey made the amendment, and Mr. Birch seconded it.
And may I speak,
And
Madam Chair?
please use the machine. All right. Discussion now is just changing that date request.
The only reason I brought it up is I don't know how, I think I know how the vote's going to come, but it offends my sensibility to set up a process that won't work at all, no matter which way the vote goes. So if we just fix the date and then vote on the substance of whether we're going to do it at all, that will probably save us a lot of time. So I think we could probably just do that right off the chute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on the date change? Seeing none, is there objection to the date change? There appears to be none. All right, we now have the amended date before us. Any further discussion on that? Ms. Tucker, you were in the queue. Did you want to speak to this? I don't know. I apologize. All right. Mr. Coffey, you're in the queue again?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is what is a bit troublesome to me. We have an acting mayor of 6 months who is on the policy committee, and if we do this and don't give an opportunity to the duly elected mayor to weigh in on this, then a major policy decision in the municipality of Anchorage will go by the wayside, rightly or wrongly. I don't know whether the bridge is a good idea or a bad idea. I haven't got enough information to make that decision. I know there's problems both ways and opinions both ways. What I find a little disturbing is that we would do all that we could to get this decided before the duly elected mayor takes office. That's kind of bad policy in my judgment, folks. And we all know how we feel about this because this has been in front of us many, many times. So enough said on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. There's now a whole bunch of people in queue. Dr. Selcraig, you're next.
Well, I think it needs to be noted that this process was begun, I think, last was it August? Mr. Wilbur, how long have we been at this? So it isn't like this was just done this month based on the election. It's a long process to change the long-range transportation plan. And I also think that it's kind of naive to suggest there hasn't been political intent around the bridge. The bridge was added to the long-range transportation plan against much outcry in the public, from the public. It wasn't originally part of the long-range transportation plan. And it was never really initiated by the community. It was initiated by Don Young. So I guess I take I'm sensitive to the suggestion that suddenly there's a political issue here. This bridge has been wound around political issues since it was born. And certainly there's been a long process underway to reevaluate it. And what we're doing right now is reevaluating it. And it'll give this body an opportunity to do it, and it'll give the public an opportunity to do it. And I think we're going to do it in a transparent and open way. So I urge a no vote on this.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to point out, as the previous speaker did, that this will be a public hearing. It will be an opportunity to hear from the public, and I think the sooner the better this happens. I also urge a no vote on moving the date later into the summer when all of us are going to be involved in summer activities and fewer people are likely to show up. I think the sooner the better, and if we could get it sooner than June 9th, I'd be happy with that too.
Mr. Starr?
Well, a couple of points of process, and that's what I think I'm trying to do here, is to sort of allow process. And no offense to those that are on the policy committee, but you're appointed to represent sort of the assembly. That's the way I interpret it, is that you're there to vote and bring back, prudent information. And so, the two members that are on the policy committee that represent the assembly want to make sure that I can hear from the public, and then I can in turn guide you as to what I would like you to do on the policy committee. I was around for the first series of this debate, and it's a long one. When you talk about the long-range transportation plan and the modification of this item or not, it's a friction item with a lot of opinions from both sides. So, we're likely to not get through it in one evening. It'll be a reasonably packed house with a lot of input for that. But I hope that the process of the Assembly's resolution and how we feel as elected officials, that has some merit. I mean, if the policy committee just sort of runs roughshod, and I understand there's many members of that, including the mayor at the assembly and people from DOT and all of that. So, I mean, I would hope that the weight that we have, considering the folks that respond to us, I'm up here to represent people, and that comes to you. So, to push it on isn't a political stunt here. I think it's to provide the opportunity necessarily for the public to come in, and one meeting cycle with that. Our ability to kind of get through that and tender an effective resolution from this assembly is challenging for me. The other thing is the process where the acting mayor, who's in there as an acting policy committee member, also troubles me. That's not one item that I would say, not to say he's not qualified to sit there, but I think it's inappropriate that he use that as one of his final action items when, in fact, the new mayor will have a longer-term vision plan available to him because he's been elected for a term. So for that, I just urge process to defer, and again, taking our time on this, it doesn't seem to be there's any great rush to it, no matter if it's been a 9-month process or not. I want to advise the Assembly committee members appropriately. Thanks.
Any further? Seeing no one further in the queue, please vote on the motion to request the policy committee to time extend for comment. And I don't appear to have okay. Wait, yeah, all right. I thought they were going to let me vote, Mr. Coffey. And that's 5-5, so it fails. All right, we are now to the original amendment that Mr. Coffey made to set the public hearing date to the 9th. Is there a discussion on that? Seeing none, is there objection to that? Seeing none, that is approved. Thank you. The next item before us is item Dog 6. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve. When I was reading this document, I noticed that it said that the former Municipal Diamond Center, and when I saw the word former, I thought, well, where's the mainframe being stored? And so I made a phone call, and the Diamond Center still exists, and I just wanted to point that out.
Madam Chair, is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I move to approve.
Okay, sorry.
And I'm sorry, and Ms. Johnson seconded it, so go ahead.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So that was the only reason why I pulled the document, to just clarify the fact that the Diamond Center still exists, and it's not a former center. Thank you.
Thank you.
You just want to delete former on line 22?
Mr. Flynn?
Are you just saying we should delete former from line 22? Is that...
I really don't think that's necessary.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved. All right. The next item before us, I'm going to call on Ms. Drummond for. It was the public hearing date change for F1.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to approve.
No, introduce.
Excuse me. I move to introduce item F1, Ordinance AO 2009-61. That's an ordinance amending.
I need a third.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections, et cetera, regarding penal code, traffic laws, and administrative adjudication of shoplifts. The original public hearing date was May 26th, and we've been asked to change it to June 9th, with a work session on June 5th, the Friday before.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, then the public hearing date on this has been changed and the work session added. The next item,
Madam Chair,
Mr. Starr.
did we approve Dog 6?
Yes, we did, sir.
No discussion?
There appeared to be no discussion.
Okay. I was sleeping
Beside
after then.
what Ms. Gray Jackson talked about.
Why was it pulled? I guess I didn't hear that. I mean, it can...
Ms. Gray Jackson, could you turn on your microphone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr, I pulled it because in the document it referred to the data center, municipal data center, as former, and it's still there.
I heard that. I wasn't sure why it related to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next item before us, my addendum just walked.
That's mine.
Which item before us? F7? I need a motion.
Move to introduce.
And
Third.
thank you.
Okay,
Madam Chair, move to change the public hearing date to June 23rd.
And I've also, would you object, if the body would not object, I'd like to have a, wait a minute, June 23rd. Okay.
Yeah, June 23rd.
All right.
Puts it one meeting
I'm sorry, I'm slow, I'm getting it with you.
No.
On 7. Yes, no, he thinks we're on 7. This is the AO64. Now, there had been a request to do this on May 26th.
Yes, ma'am.
I know.
Is there discussion? Mr. Starr, you're first.
Is there a summary of economic effects that should accompany this?
I did not think that it was necessary, but is there a particular aspect you think is going to cost? Then I would suggest that you bring that up.
Now or sometime in the future?
Could you do it in the future, since
Sure.
right now we're only talking about introduction?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think Ms. Weddleton can briefly address that if you want.
But at this point, I don't think it's necessary, but if you could talk before we actually deal with this matter, it would be helpful. Ms. Gray-Jackson, on the hearing date.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask Mr. Coffey his reason for moving it up. Thank you.
When this was introduced, I've received several phone calls. I've also discussed it with Dr. Selcraig. And this is one of those issues that former Mayor Begich warned me about as one that you need to be concerned about because it can have very divisive aspects in the community. What I'm hoping is that if we have time between now and the 23rd of June to have some discussions, which my understanding was should have taken place before this was introduced, that we will have an opportunity to perhaps lower the temperature and not be as problematic as it might otherwise be. I would speak also to moving it up to the 26th of May would only exacerbate the concerns that I am addressing by asking for a little later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Anything else, Ms. Gray-Jackson? No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, was that your point? You're in the queue. All right. With that, Dr. Selcraig's next.
I'm going to support this. I think that this is an important issue for the community, and I don't think it hurts to provide a week extra to talk over people's views. It's my hope that we can find some consensus and move forward, and I have no problem with taking another week and being part of the conversations that try to calm things down and have us move forward in a kind of good and solid way as one whole body.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond on the hearing date?
Yes, I'd move to have the public hearing on May 26th. I don't think we need to wait that long.
Is there a second to the amendment? All right. We've now had an amendment to change the hearing date. Is there a discussion on that?
Objection?
I'm assuming there will be objection, so I ask for discussion.
I misunderstood you, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no discussion.
Madam Chair, I actually...
Oh, would you like to speak?
Do I show in the queue?
Yes, but I assumed that it was the first item, not the amendment. Mr. Clayman, I apologize. If you'd like to speak to the amendment, please do.
I had asked that this be set for a public hearing date on the 26th of May, and that was the original request. And so if there is an interest in extending time, which I would suggest that the appropriate date, if there's need for additional time, would be June 9th. That's all.
Well,
Just a second.
now we have 3 hearing dates floating.
Well, that's the date that's...
I'm not making a motion. That's what's listed on the date. I've just...
Just a second.
I had supported moving it forward, but if the body is not comfortable hearing it on the 26th, then I certainly wouldn't extend more than 2 additional weeks, and the 9th is 2 additional weeks from the date we were hoping.
Well, at this point, the amendment before us is the 26th of May. So,
No, he cannot. That's what I'm about to say.
all right.
Madam Chair, or am I in the queue?
There's all of a sudden people in the queue, and I don't know if you're for this.
I'm on the
issue or not.
26th and the 23rd.
All right.
Chair.
Mr. Gutierrez is before you.
Madam Chair, I would support pushing back the public hearings some degree, but perhaps not quite that far. I respect and appreciate Mr. Coffey's attempts to turn down the heat, although I'm dubious as to whether that actually is possible or not. But I will not support pushing it back quite this far, but would consider something less. Thank you.
I'll withdraw the motion and move that it stay June 6th.
Well, hold on a minute.
Excuse me, June
Hold on.
9th as it is on the
Hold on.
agenda.
There's a motion before us.
Point of order, I don't think that the mover can withdraw the
If
motion.
I could, just a minute, Mr. Clayman, please. The amendment, the maker of the amendment asked to withdraw. I'm going to ask if there's objection to that withdrawal, which will make us go back. All right, the clerk is advising me we have to have a vote. In that case, I'm going to ask to vote, for you to vote on this change date to May 26th. So, if you're in favor of that, please vote yes. The 26th is the date.
What are we voting on, Madam Chair?
We are voting on Ms. Drummond's amendment to change the public hearing date to May 26th. Please vote.
To May 26th?
Yeah, she wants to move it back.
And that failed. So at this point, we are back to Mr. Coffey's amendment, which was June 23rd.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. If those of you who are worried about a new mayor vetoing this, count the days. He takes office 8 days. If it passes on the 23rd, he takes office 8 days later. So I'm not trying to play games here with anybody. I'm just saying, guys, we've had this before. Not this body, but the Assembly has had one of these ordinances before, and I witnessed what went on. If we do our homework and reach accommodations with all parties who have concerns, we will be better off. The time to do that, for me, is basically a few weeks rather than a constrained time frame. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Madam Chair, I believe I already spoke.
I assumed you were back.
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. Drummond.
I have concerns about moving it that far off because it's been the habit of this body over the last several years to continue public hearings long past their originally scheduled date. I would be far more comfortable if we stayed with the scheduled date of June 9th, as it is printed on the agenda, and if we need to continue it, then we have time to continue it. Thank you.
Okay. Is that an amendment?
That's a disagreement with moving it to June 23rd.
All right. Then, Mr. Klayman, you're in the queue again.
As I understand it procedurally, if the motion to move to the 23rd fails, then it stays on June 9th, which is what it's currently scheduled.
No, sir, it does not, because it was pulled from the agenda and introduced with the hearing date.
It was introduced with a hearing date of June 9th.
No.
So Mr. Coffey's motion would be to amend the public hearing date to the 23rd.
Just a minute. We'll have the clerk weigh in on this.
It was introduced with the hearing date of 6/23 by Mr. Coffey.
I thought when she read the agenda item, it was with the June 9th date, and then he moved to amend the public hearing for the 23rd.
It was pulled, sir.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Mr. Coffey.
I pulled it. I did not make the motion to introduce. Other people did. After it was introduced, I moved to amend the public hearing date. And the public hearing date on the piece of paper is June 9th.
All right. I stand corrected. Mr. Klayman is correct. So if this motion is defeated, then the public hearing date would be as originally printed.
Which is what time?
That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
June 9th at the...
Could you just a moment, please? The clerk believes that the public hearing date had to be articulated in the move to introduce.
No, I mean, I'm sorry.
And in that case, I do not believe it was.
No, it
But I think when it was originally, Ms. Osiander and Ms. Drummond tried to announce the public hearing date as May 26th initially when it was read as part of the addendum, and then it was corrected that it had to be as printed on June 9th, and then it was moved to introduce as printed, which is June 9th, and Mr. Coffey, I think, correctly moved to amend that. I think it's June 9th by what's printed.
Point of order, Madam Chair?
All right. State your point of order, and then I'm going to confer with the clerk.
I wanted to be recognized before I did.
State your
My point of order is this. When you read it in, you said that someone wanted to change the public hearing date to the 23rd. And I said, without a vote of the body. And you said, is there objection, Mr. Starr? And I said, yes. Subsequently, it was pulled. Subsequently, 3 people moved to introduce. It was not me. I don't know who it was. When they moved to introduce, they did not say with a public hearing date on any date.
Right.
So if the clerk's ruling is on introduction, you must set a public hearing date when an item's pulled, then we have, I don't know what we have, but
Okay,
that's
folks,
different than what I just explained to Mr. Klayman.
I suggest we're kind of wrapping ourselves around the axle here on something that we don't need to do. So what I would suggest is we vote on Mr. Coffey's public hearing date, and if it fails, we still have the ability to introduce with 3 people. So 3 people, yes, this could be introduced with 3 people with another hearing date. I'm going to say.
It's already been introduced, Madam Chair, without a public hearing date.
And point of order, public hearing date is what?
Point of order, Madam Chair. I have no memory of any time that an F item was pulled in which the part of the motion to introduce included a public hearing date other than what was printed. And so to start requiring the body to articulate a public hearing date at the time of a move to introduce what is printed would be completely inconsistent with past procedure.
I need a 5-minute recess to confer with the clerk. So we're going to do a recess. You'll be amazed to hear there was a meeting of the minds. All right, at this point, we are going to vote on Mr. Coffey's hearing date. If that vote fails, then we are back to the June 9th. All right? So at this point, there are people in the queue. Do you still want to speak? Mr. Klayman, do you still want to speak?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk, do you still want to speak?
Yes. I'm just going to clarify my position. I am not going to support this with the assumption that we may begin on the 9th, and then if there's a lot of testimony, we can go to the 23rd. So it leaves us kind of a flow, and it also, I am committed to spending the time between now and the 9th talking with people about this and trying to work out the issues.
All right, seeing no further discussion, just a moment, Ms. Drummond.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Absolutely. The motion that you're going to vote on is Mr. Coffey's motion, which put the hearing date at the end of June. The 23rd. Thank you. So if you vote yes for that, that's obvious. If you vote no, sorry, if you vote no, then we'll go back to the hearing date as printed. All right? Please vote. All right, that item failed. We are back to the hearing date as originally printed. All right, well, this is an interesting meeting. All right, the next item on our agenda is F8.
All
right, and I will work with you.
9F8. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, move to introduce.
Second.
Oh,
And I was there.
third. Is there a third?
Third.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Move to postpone this matter to June 23rd and set a work session on June 19th.
Second.
Thank you. Is there objection to that?
Is anybody, could I have a moment of
That's exactly-
explanation?
Okay, the clerk is requesting me to remind you to use your machine.
I did. I'm in there right now.
Is there? Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Coffey.
Here's the situation. When, I think, Ms. Osiander, when you and I came on the body, we had issues that we had work sessions and the deteriorated property and tax increment and finance and all those sorts of things that we would use to try to revitalize deteriorated property areas were explained to us. I don't think that the other members have had the benefit of that, and we have two ordinances here. Mr. Flynn and I spoke earlier, and I think he's in concurrence with me that we would like to bring them both before a work session. I also spoke with Ron Pollack today, who is chairman of the Anchorage Community Development Authority, and he suggested that we bring Mr. Boness into our work session, who is very expert on tax increment financing and the problems associated with using such a tool in Anchorage. And that way, if and when deteriorated properties of a specific nature come before us, we'll all have the same background and the same knowledge set so we can deal with it appropriately rather than those of us who've had a briefing having to brief those who haven't had briefings and so on. So that will give us time enough to do that, I think, on the 19th, and then hear these two matters on the 23rd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just add to that when we get to item 14J, which Mr. Coffey referenced, I will also be moving to continue that public hearing to June 23rd so we can have that work session on the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection? Seeing no objection, this item is introduced with a changed public hearing date. Thank you. Next one is item F10. Mr. Birch?
Yes?
You pulled that, sir? Do you
I
want
did.
to introduce it?
I do not.
All right. Does anybody want to introduce it? All right.
Madam Chair, move to introduce.
Second.
And is there a third?
Third. Ms. Drummond.
I'm sorry, Mr. Drummond.
I didn't hit it fast enough.
Okay.
And my question to the folks that introduced it was why this is 2 weeks following our extensive budgeting process and review process, and I guess I'm concerned that we're going to be continually kind of chipping away at this, and this is just adding additional cost without significant benefit to the community.
Just a minute. I know we'll discuss that at some length when we get to this, but at this point, this item is introduced, and it was set for public hearing date on May 26th. Now, the clerk wanted clarification on? No? All right. We do have an appearance request, and I apologize it did not make it to the agenda, but the gentleman is here for the Bike to Work week, and I don't even have your name, sir. Oh, there you come. Hello.
Hello. My name is Brian Littmans with the Bicycle Commuters of Anchorage, and I thank you for your time, for letting me speak to you this evening about the importance of bicycle transportation
and making Anchorage a more livable and enjoyable city. As you may know, May is National Bike to Work Month. This week is National Bike to Work Week, and recently, Acting Mayor Clayman proclaimed that the 15th is Anchorage Bike to Work Day. This proclamation recognizes that Bike to Work Week inspires people to get on their bikes and try commuting. It highlights the many benefits of using bicycles for everyday transportation. Bicycle and active transportation improves the overall livability of communities, conserves energy, is good for our health and the environment, and saves money. Employees that use active forms of transportation are more productive, less stressed, and have less sick days. We can expect that incorporating active transportation into transportation projects will be emphasized in the new federal transportation authorization bill that's currently on the Hill in D.C. Moving forward with implementation of the Anchorage Bike Plan, once finalized, will keep Anchorage on track with the requirements of that authorization bill. To become a world-class bicycle-friendly city, such as Portland, we've seen that you only have to make minimal investments in bicycle transportation. In fact, Portland spent only 0.7% of its transportation budget on bicycle infrastructure and facilities. It's become bicycle-friendly by valuing the importance of bicycle transportation and installing bicycle infrastructure year in and out for the last 20 years. This is an important time for Anchorage to decide what type of city it wants to be, and now is the time to fully embrace active transportation to make Anchorage a more livable and vibrant community. I would just briefly like to ask how many people biked to this assembly meeting by a show of hands. I would like to thank all of those who have biked to the assembly meeting. I would next like to ask how many plan to bike to work on Bike to Work Day this coming Friday. I'd like to show that the hands is far more than 10%. It should be known that the average transportation is 1% for bicycle use in the city. And finally, I would like to ask how many would bike if Anchorage was a safer place to bicycle. I'd like to thank you for your time and that you please consider biking to work on this coming Friday, Bike to Work Day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if we can possibly get through 11A and B before we take our dinner break.
Madam Chair, on that regard,
Mr. Coffey?
I have been asked by the administration to move to postpone item 11A, Ordinance AO 2008-100, till May 26th.
Oh. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. And
the reason
that's the police fire return. Could you speak to a rationale?
Coffey, do you want to speak to it? Do you want me to speak to it?
I don't care.
I'll speak briefly. I know Mr. Coffey's one of them that would like to see the lawsuit settled before he votes on this, and there has been, I guess, there are discussions ongoing, and I don't think it would be fair to relate the details of those discussions because we want the discussions to go forward, but I think there's some optimism that by postponing for 2 weeks, we may move further to satisfy the concerns of those that would like to see the case settled before voting.
Okay, so that would be our next meeting, the end of May.
Actually, there's that special meeting, but not counting special meeting, it's the next regular meeting.
Okay,
yes.
On the 23rd.
May 26th.
26th. Is there objection to that? Seeing no objection, that's postponed till the 26th. 11B?
Madam Chair, for the same reasons, move to postpone item 11B, AR 2008-185, till May 26th for the same reason. I'll need a second.
Is there objection? Nope. Seeing none, that matter is also postponed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all on that I had.
Well, maybe we can deal with 11C then. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Thank you, Mr. I've got it now. Is there discussion on this? Mr. Coffey, you're first.
Yes, hi, good evening. Last time when we asked about this, there was going to be some additional information about, how you're going to do it and so on and so forth. My understanding is that you have progressed to the point where you can describe a program that will be both successful now and in the future. and sources of funding as well?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, the department sent an update a few days ago that described the basic plan for moving forward. We've had a space diagram done for us by an outside agency that volunteers to do this. And then we have worked with the veterinary community to talk about whether there'd be interest in bidding on doing this work if we should be successful in having an on-site clinic. So we've identified basically how we would spend the donation account in moving this forward, and we need to move with a design plan in order to be able to work with the animal community to leverage additional funds. So I can't promise you that all the additional funds will be forthcoming from the animal community, nor can I promise you that we will, the $40,000 we've identified in our fund will be enough, but this does not obligate us to any additional city money to move forward with the next step. And there's relatively extensive support. I believe there's a number of people in the audience here tonight in the animal community and the pet community in Anchorage that this is the right solution for the center.
Well, here's my questions. I was told that the total cost of the clinic would be in the range of $150,000. Is that a correct number?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, we've been advised from facility maintenance that you never know what you get into a building, so if we wanted to do the most expensive estimate, we should estimate at $300 a square foot, which would give us that number of $150,000.
And what's the least expensive?
I think we're going to have to wait until we get a design and know. I can tell you that we are already successful at doing male cats in the existing space. And that we know some equipment will be donated, and so we'll be able to leverage some of our preparedness funds in order to buy equipment to offset some of the cost of the equipment. So I don't know, I can't give you an answer about the least expensive. We're hopeful that we'll be able to do it with the donation account and with leverage community resources.
Okay, here's my only concern. We always have this. We have limited resources. We have an uncertainty of some degree or another. And we spend $40,000, and then the hopes and dreams don't materialize. And I hate to do that because it's wasteful. So how do we, when we vote to appropriate and give you this, how do we know it's going to make the next step? And I guess the second side of that question is, what kind of alternatives we got? I heard the problems described. People say they'll do it and then they never show up and stuff like that with the pet. Is there other ways of doing this?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, we tried several times to bid this contract to the private veterinary community, and that was unsuccessful.
Yes.
They have indicated they would do it if we provide on-site. I guess my recommendation was that we can't determine the cost of constructing the facility until we do a design and work with facilities maintenance, and they've indicated that would cost about $15,000. So my recommendation would be that you would allow us to proceed with that part, with the commitment being that we would not proceed further with that without coming back and telling you what the design and what our strategy is working with the community and our ability to leverage other funding.
Then, if I might, Madam Chair, one last. It says on that second page of an email I got from you today that the design, architect and engineering is $10,000. Are you suggesting to us that we appropriate that amount with the understanding that if we determine it's within the range of a budget that you'd come back for the other?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I guess my preference would be that we would be able to move forward with the overall appropriation, but I'm interested in getting the project done, so I would be happy if you would appropriate, I would say $15,000 because we never know what a design's going to cost us, and we've been quoted anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000 by facility maintenance.
Let me ask you this then. I don't think anyone is against trying to get there. The only concern I think I have, and probably everybody else, is, are we going to get there? And so if we do it incrementally, does that work for you, and is it a wise course?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I would be satisfied with that. I mean, I think I don't want to spend money that's not going to lead to the solution either.
Fine. Thank you. Madam Chair, that's all I have.
What was the intent for the repair and maintenance piece of this proposal to the administration?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I'm confused about the repair and
Well, your budget has $10,000 for professional services, $15,657 for repair and maintenance, and then machinery and equipment at $15,000. So I guess I'm just wondering. I mean, I might feel comfortable supporting repair and maintenance.
Sorry, through the chair, Dr. Selcraig.
It's new construction. It's not fixing the existing facility so you can operate it.
It's modifying the existing facility so we can operate it. We have identified space in the facility which we've attached a layout for, and we would modify that current space so that we could operate there.
So would that increase your capacity right now, or is that a piece of the long-range strategy? I mean, I'm following up on Mr. Coffey's kind of question. If there's something that's real that can be done with the $15,000 that's going to actually position you to be able to spade more animals right now because you're already doing it, I'd be interested in maybe being committed to that. But if these two pieces are just, if the two $15,000 numbers are just part of a kind of a strategy for the future, is that what they are? I guess I'm just, if you could be clear about them.
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, we have done as much modification to be able to neuter cats on the current facility. We believe that we will need to do some facility modification in the terms of sink design and so forth to be able to do dogs and more complicated procedures. We can't do the construction work until we have a design.
Okay.
So we anticipate the design. We also anticipate that because we've, since the time we first proposed this, been able to leverage money for equipment from another grant source, that we probably would have as much as $30,000 available of this much, between $25,000 and $30,000 that we could free up of this money for facility modification.
I'd like to move to fund $15,000. I'd like to amend this to $15,000 for the design.
Second. You got to hit
Okay.
the motion, Shaman.
Well, there, it's in. There's no public hearing on this. All right, there's an amendment before us, and I just want to clarify the amendment. Is that the total amount of expenditure or a modification of one of the line items?
It's a total amount based on the testimony from the administration that basically that's what she needs right now.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on that. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting the amendment, and the reason why is, well, number one, we've been dealing with this for a couple of meetings, and it kind of puzzles me in a way. No offense, Diane, but you always seem to give in when my colleagues want to reduce the amount to appropriate right now, and I'm sure you have a reason for that. But I don't think we need to reduce the dollar amount. It's grant money. Do we stand to lose the grant funds if we keep playing around with what we're going to do with it? I'm going to have a little faith in the health department and vote for this and move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't know if you're in again, Dr. Selcraig?
Yeah, I guess I'm feeling a little frustrated by the information I'm getting from the administration. Are we going to lose this grant money if we don't accept it tonight? Is that the situation?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, no, it's not grant money. It's donated money that we hold in a restricted account to be used for animal care and control purposes.
So I guess what you haven't made a very compelling case that you need this money. And so could you explain to me, maybe I haven't asked the right questions, do you need all $40,000 right now? And I'm seeing heads in the audience wave, but it's very frustrating in terms of decision-making to understand what's going on here.
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, we believe that we have a community-supported plan through animal community supporters and our department that would take the money that we have and leverage it to be able to complete the entire project. So we have brought what we think is a reasonable proposal forward to the Assembly to say we would design it, and then we would put as much of the money we have towards construction and work with the animal organizations in the community who have many offered to help us complete this project if we can get our first steps going. So we believe, will the world come to an end? No, but we're trying to make this project as smooth as possible, and we believe that we're doing a disservice to the animal community by not being able to spay and neuter our pets, and that we're not doing the best practice for the community. So we brought forward a proposal that we thought was reasonable, and we've tried to answer as many questions and mobilize the community to tell you how they feel about it. I would prefer to get all the money and be able to move forward with the project, but I am a pragmatist. So if I can only move forward with one piece, to me that would be better than not being able to move forward at all. And so that's where I stand on this. It's a long-standing problem. We're not doing the best practice in our animal community, and I'm not quite sure how else to move it forward.
All right.
I want a follow-up question. So when you say you believe that you can make a whole project if we fund this $40,000 up front, are we in a situation where we will proceed with something and then find ourselves without the balance of that money and have to come in and then pay it? It's a confusing, this is just not very clear.
Okay, through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, we are not going to obligate ourselves to any construction money where we don't have the funding. So is it possible that the design piece could tell us that we only have enough money to make enough design modifications to do cats, or maybe do cats and neuter dogs? That is conceivable. But we cannot, until we do a design with project management and engineering, we cannot, I have no idea whether to tell you is $30,000 enough or I need $200,000. I have no ability to get Friends of Pets or SPCA to go out and work with their constituent groups to raise funds for us. So what I'm saying is that I think I've proved myself to be a good steward of the money in the department, so I would not try to enter and obligate beyond the money that we have, and I wouldn't obligate us to a project for which we get no additional value.
I'd just like to make the comment that I am going to support the $15,000, and I'll be glad to support the balance of this when you come back and with some sort of description of what's going on, because it's really not clear from this what's going on. That's the problem here.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand we have some representatives of the advisory commission in the audience. I would very much like to hear from them regarding the impact of this particular amendment. Do we have, I believe...
Could you ask specifically for people rather? There's quite a few people in the audience.
Is the chair of the commission here?
Could the chair of the commission come forward? And very briefly, hopefully. I apologize.
Actually, I think Diane did a pretty good job of explaining to you the situation we're in. That we had a mandatory spay-neuter.
I'm sorry, I know you, but not everyone does.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Neil Kerniger. I'm the current chair of the Animal Control Advisory Board. The veterinary community chose not to bid on an outpatient basis for our mandatory spay-neuter contracts. We had one in place for 5 years. When that expired, we went out 3 different times, got no takers. So if you recall, a couple of months ago, we had to come back to you with an ordinance amendment, which the board really did not support, to re-implement a deposit program. The deposit program doesn't work. Before we went to the mandatory spay-neuter program, we did 1,500 euthanasias a year more. And we had 1,200 more animals per year on an intake basis. So the program works. What we did find from the veterinary community is that there is an interest in a number of veterinarians to do that work for us on an in-house basis. So we need a facility to do it. If you've been to the animal care and control facility, we're making some changes right now to try and do it on a limited basis. Basically, we've taken what we had used money from this fund for, and this is not taxpayers' money. This is money that's been given by private individuals to animal care and control. It has to be appropriated by you for us to use it, but it's private donations. We've taken what was set up as a grooming room, made modifications to that, made modifications to one of our cat holding facilities to try and accommodate doing in-house spay and neuter work. We can do neuters on very small animals with that facility. With minor modifications, we can do spay work. So we can probably get that far with the money that we're asking you to let us use. There does have to be some maintenance work done in there. Right now you have to turn the lights off if you want to run the autoclave. We have some very serious power shortages. But as Ms. Ingalls said, if we want to build a facility where we can also do sprays on large animals, a dog over 25 pounds, for example, it may cost more. We can't get public funding support for doing that if we don't have a design.
Okay.
So we're asking for the full $40,000 so we can do the design and we can make the modifications that we're capable of making to do the small animals in-house quickly.
Thank you.
Because the biggest problem right now is the cats.
There's 3 people in the
Madam
queue,
Chair.
and we have an incredibly long agenda.
Okay.
With that answer, I think I can't support the amendment because I don't think it accomplishes anything. I don't think it helps us at all. In fact, I think it significantly hinders our efforts to try to actually complete this project. This has come before us. This is what, the 3rd time this has been before us? And, the longer we allow it to languish, the greater the problem grows. And this is a problem we need to solve. I think everyone involved has done a lot of very hard work to try to come up with a solution to a difficult situation and certainly not an ideal situation. We're talking about dollars that have been donated from private individuals who donated them for this kind of purpose. I think we need to get this accomplished. I think we've allowed this to fester long enough. I think we need to get it over with.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions. Sir, are you or any of the members of the Advisory Commission donors to this fund? Do you know?
I personally am not. I do believe there are a couple of members of the board who are.
And they supported this?
It was unanimously supported by the board.
Good enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig, and I'm going to...
That's fine. I'm just very quickly. That was helpful to me. It was very unclear what the money was going for, and basically you're saying there's things that you can do right now to improve the situation with this money.
That is
okay,
correct.
and that you will use it actually and be able to have more capacity.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
That's what we needed. Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote on the amendment to change the dollar amount to 15. Whoop, just a minute. Okay.
I'm voting against my amendment.
That amendment failed. We've got back to the main motion. Any further discussion? Dr. Selcraig, you're in again. Did you want to speak?
No.
Okay. Please vote. Seeing no further discussion. And that item is approved. Thank you. We are now going to take our dinner break. We'll be here about 20 to 25 minutes. We'll be back. To their seats, please. Mr. Posey, could I prevail on you to announce that back there? Thank you, sir. Are we? Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'd like to call this meeting back to order again. We are at 13A on our agenda. Motion would be in order.
The first.
But just a moment, please.
You need a public hearing, Madam Chair.
Okay, I mistook. I thought that I was mistaken. Pardon me. I'd like to open the public hearing on AR 98. This is road and storm drainage capital improvement projects. Anyone like to speak to that? Please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Move to approve. That item is before us. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? No. Seeing none, that item is approved. I'd like to open the public hearing for item 13B on the agenda, AR 99. This is a resolution using bond proceeds to pay the costs for fire protection capital improvement projects. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the motion, please? Discussion? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that item is unanimously approved. Item 13C, this is AR 100. This is using public safety capital improvement projects and spending $600,000 of general obligation bonds for public transportation capital improvement projects. Public hearing on this matter is open. Anyone like to speak to this? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that item is approved. Item 14D, this is 13. I'm sorry. Thank you. 13D, this is resolution 79. This is in relation to spending this is in relation to the Juneau 21st water upgrade, Island Kodiak Calgon water upgrade, and a two-way radio upgrade on and 300 Arctic HVAC upgrade and 68th Avenue intertie projects. Anyone like to speak to this? Please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection to approval? Seeing no objection, that matter passes unanimously. We're now at item 13E on the agenda. This is authorizing a lease for the use of maintenance of telecommunication equipment. Is there anyone who'd like to testify to us on this item? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Is there objection to approval? Seeing none, that item is unanimously approved. But item 13F on the agenda, this is AO 47. It's authorizing the extension of a lease between the municipality and Diamond D Partners for a plot of land on Merrill Field. Anyone like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no. Oh, ma'am, are you wanting to speak on that? No. Okay, that's fine. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there a discussion? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this matter is approved unanimously. Item 13G on the agenda is AR 92. This is authorizing an appropriation of $298,000 approximately from the state for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit services. This item is before us. Would anyone like to testify? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved unanimously. Moving now to 13H. This is AO 37. It's an ordinance of the Assembly amending the zoning map to rezone approximately 70 acres from transition R7 to I2SL with special limitations. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this? Please come forward and state your name.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lorelei Carter. I'm the manager of government and corporate communications for MEA.
I'm Tim Potter with Delaware CAM.
Go ahead.
MEA is the oldest and second largest electric co-op in the state of Alaska. About a third of our load lives in the municipality in the Chugach Eagle River areas. Back in June 2008, MEA signed an MOU with Eklutna Inc. for the possible acquisition of about 70 acres of land. The property under consideration is located northeast of the Eklutna interchange on the Glen Highway. MEA's plans include up to a 180 megawatt natural gas fuel generation plant and related facilities. The natural gas power plant could be a potential source for cogeneration for future facilities planned by Eklutna Inc. Cogeneration is the process by which waste steam from the plant can be used at nearby facilities for space heating or other uses. This area has already been used as a power plant site. Back in 1928, Anchorage Light and Power Company began construction of what unfortunately now is known as the defunct Eklutna Power Plant. To date, MEA has met with local community councils, that would be Chugach, Eklutna Valley, and Birchwood. We've also met with the village of Eklutna, and we have made presentations before the Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce as well as the Palmer and Wasilla Chambers of Commerce. We'd just like you to keep in mind that this is in a remote location within the municipality. MEA has agreed to greater buffer zones than would be required by law. The noise studies indicate that the Glen Highway, sound from the Glen Highway will be more audible than the plant itself. And after the rezone process is complete, MEA still has to go through all of the municipal, federal, and state permitting processes. So that means that there will be many more public hearings on this project for us. Also a reminder that the ordinance was passed, our rezone application was passed unanimously by the Planning and Zoning Commission and also received favorable recommendation from department staff. I understand that there is possible new language in front of the Assembly and would be happy to address that as you wish.
Thank you. If there are questions, we'll call on you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Mr. Potter?
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Tim Potter with Delaware CAM, representing Eklutna Inc., which is also here tonight in person. I think my role tonight is really look at the detail of the ordinance that's before you tonight. And I know that we've talked quite a bit with Mr. Tom Nelson with staff and believe that we've come to a clarification of two changes to the S version that I believe work best for everyone involved. And I believe that Tom has had those printed up, and in Section 2, under Item 1, under Special Limitations, there's some additional language that gives some clarification as to what the associated principal uses would be to a power generation plant. And then likewise, an item that was of significant discussion and debate was the effective clause. And I believe that Tom has handed out modifications or an amendment to the Section 3 that would actually be a clause that would be basically a sunset clause. And the only modification I'd suggest to that is where it says the I2SL zoning shall become null. I believe that the L before and can be taken out so that it's null and void. So effectively, this gives the protection to the Assembly, the P&Z, and the community that if in fact there's 70-acre parcel that will be rezoned from T and R7 to I2 with special limitations, that if in fact a power generation plant is not constructed on this site within a certain period of time, that the construction and permitting hasn't been approved, that would be 4 years, that the rezone would sunset and become null and void, and the property would return back to R7 and T. And I believe that gets everybody to where they wanted to be, rather than having a 70-acre I2 property there with only one single use possible for the Assembly to address at some future time. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
There appears to be none right now, Mr. Potter, but stick around.
Thanks.
My name is Jim Arneson. I'm the land manager at Klutner. And I just wanted to relay the message that this is a project that the Denina at Klutner and who belong to Klutner Inc. support. And it's a project that's important to us, and we look forward to a favorable result tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to testify on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Mr. Starr?
Move the S version, 2009-37S.
I second it.
Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Starr?
Yes, I'd also like to move two amendments, if I can do those first.
Okay.
Then we can kind of get that out of housekeeping. It was mentioned by one of the speakers. There's some red printing on the first one I'd like to move. Move Section 2 by inserting some language under number 1, which talks about, you can read it. For the record, it's inserting the words, and other uses / facilities especially related to power generation, cogeneration, secondary steam turbines, or collection of waste heat for transmission off-site.
Second.
And I can speak to that motion if that's okay. It's essentially there's the first version sort of had some restrictions on there. This will allow buildings specific to construction of a power plant to also be included in that for review of a site plan, so that those necessarily just the generation building wouldn't be excluded. This provides some clarification, so I'd move that.
Okay. There is some discussion on that amendment. Ms. Drummond, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the word on line 8 should be specifically, not specially, if you agree. That's just a friendly amendment.
Mr. Nelson agrees.
Specifically, correct. I said it and then I read it as specially, so specifically.
It says, yeah.
Seeing no objection, that's accepted. Any further? Mr. Flynn, you wanted to discuss the amendment?
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
To the maker of the amendment, or perhaps Mr. Nelson, do I correctly read this to read that if, for example, Mr. Coffey's idea of placing an honor farm or something of that nature on an industrial parcel on this industrial parcel to be heated, for example, with this cogeneration, would that be precluded because we're limiting only to the power generation? Is that what I'm reading correctly?
That's the idea. But you wouldn't be able to convince the site plan reviewers that an honor farm is conducive to power generation.
Unless they're turning turbines.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey, you're next.
So then my question is, if we wish to bury Mr. Flynn on site, we would also have to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. All right. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, is there objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection to the amendment is incorporated. Mr. Starr?
Move another one. It's not labeled, but I'd like to move it under Section 3, which is to replace the entire language of Section 3. It's line 18 on the page 3 marked, and I can read it. It's an I2 SL zoning shall become null and void, and the zoning shall revert back to the T transition and the R7 intermediate rural residential district if the land use permit has not been issued and the construction of power generation plant is not commenced by June 1st of 2013.
Second.
And this is sort of the sunset clause. It gives everybody comfort that the land will revert back to present use, and the discussion for reuse of that land will occur again at this level. So I urge that as a good way. I appreciate the administration for coming to that to provide that level of comfort, if you will.
Is there discussion on that? Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is incorporated. We're now to the main matter. Is there any discussion on the main matter? Seeing none, is there I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn.
Sorry, I think I know the answer, but just to be sure, Ms. Carter, you called me earlier today. You're okay now? Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there objection to the main matter as amended? Seeing none, that matter is approved as amended. Congratulations and thank you. The next item before us is 14A. This is a resolution ratifying a letter of agreement amending the collective bargaining agreement between the Teamsters Local 959 and the municipality. That matters before us. If anyone would like to testify, please step forward.
Hi, my name is Joe Renardini. I work with the AWW, and I have a couple questions regarding this. And when I read this, it says that the bargaining unit agrees to forego the wage increase for the remainder of 2009. Okay, so that means that they're giving up, if I read this correctly, they're giving up a half a year's wage increase. It also says that in 2011 and 2012, they get 1% of the previous CPIU with a minimum of 2.5% and a maximum of 4%. So, I'm sorry, I didn't get the whole ordinance, and I see the entire collective bargaining agreement, but I don't know what they get for 2010. I'm assuming it's something similar to this. So, I guess my question is this. They're giving up 3% for half a year. But in 2011 and 2012, they get 1% extra on top of the CPIU for the whole year, and they get it again in 2012. Now, is that a correct understanding of the ordinance?
We will clarify that when we get into discussion.
Okay, but that's the way it reads right now. So, in essence, they're giving, if I read it again correctly, they're giving away 3% for the remainder of 6 months and getting a minimum of 2% back for a whole year for 2 more years.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? I need a second. Yeah, I got that. At this point, we need a second. Thank you. All right. Discussion. Mr. Starr, you're first.
There's, the spirit in the air is to sort of concede and give back, to the municipality so we can make ends meet, and that's a tough place to be when we've had plenty of discussions on why we're here and how we're here. I'm not going to support this effort as it sits here on paper because I don't think we've gotten there yet. There's some read into the topics that there's money being given back and there's concessions, and all of that's necessarily true, but I'm challenged by how we got here. There's been several increases, one at year start of a significant amount, and then also contractually given increases. I'm also perplexed that we're going to go ahead and extend 2 more years out of an obligation for concessions. In concessions, in my mind, is you give back and you provide back to that. What we're seeing isn't necessarily a reduction. It's less of an increase, if you will. This wage earner group is still receive an increase and a reasonable one, even with this concession. And I'm hesitant to go down that path yet. The troubling part for me is the 2-year contractual extension and the total dollars at the end. We're getting there, but I'd like to see another round of discussions and the reality speak that is it necessary to extend the labor agreement and hash out in clarity just what the revised amount is, what the less increase is actually going to be. And I don't see that tonight. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to hold your applause, please. Does the administration want to give a presentation since there were 2 different summary of economic effects? Maybe those could be summarized?
Yes, and I think Ms. Arnold is probably the best.
Would you like to do that, Ms. Arnold?
To do that.
I will do my best. One of the things that's important to keep in mind is it is challenging. It was internal audit and OMB both cost this out, and they agree on the numbers. The methodology that was used is somewhat misleading. For those of you that can recall back, here not long ago, we came forward with a concession offer from the firefighters. And the firefighters union, up until the contract extension, mirror what the Teamsters are coming forward with. They gave up 3% for the remainder of 2009. Mr. Bernardini is incorrect in saying they're only giving it up for 2009. They don't get it back in 2010. So the 3% they're giving up, we're receiving the 3% savings for a partial year in 2009, and we're receiving the full 3% savings for the entire year of 2010. In 2011, this is where it deviates from the fire contract, because fire contract had a 5-year deal. The Teamsters were the Lone Rangers sort of that came out with a 3-year deal this last go-round. So Teamsters, when we were in negotiations, we contemplated furlough. The managers of transit and solid waste services said it would cost us more to do a furlough because of the routes and the schedules that they're required to keep. So the Teamsters reluctantly agreed to the 3% give back. The 3% give back, where it gets to be challenging, is they said, we will mirror what the fire did. But they didn't have a year 2011, and they didn't have a year 2012. So how could we guarantee giving them 1% back in 2011 and 1% back in 2012? 1% the Teamsters will never receive back. So the C is misleading because of the fact that in February of 2008, the contract came before this body and there was a C. And typically internal audit and OMB use that base year to produce documents that come forward that alter the contract. And this is what Mr. Starr was alluding to, there was in November of 2008, in the budget that came forward in AO 2008-102S, there was a line item that increased the wages for bus drivers 5%. That was not a result of negotiations. That was a result of a request for a classification study that our office received. It was conducted, and it warranted the 5% increase. Jody Kars, the director, budgeted for it, and it was approved in the budget. So that's kind of where the anomaly occurs. If you go back to the base year and try and use the same methodology that was used in costing out the fire contract, it's skewed because of that 5%. So what internal audit and OMB decided to do is to cost out the letter of agreement using this year as a base year. So the savings using that methodology, they're in agreement. They are accurate numbers. They are somewhat misleading because the savings in 2010 will be greater than the savings in 2009.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. I'm looking first at the AM, and I'm looking at line 33 through 37. And I want to know if in the summary of economic effect we have an estimate relative to the cost of that element of the renegotiation.
Through the chair to Mr. Coffey, I don't have the actual costing, but I can tell you the number of employees that we are referring to. Let me find my right document. Currently, public transportation has 4 employees that are receiving 7%. So there's 4 employees that if they achieve their performance steps in 8 cumulative quarters, they will achieve the additional 6% 2 years sooner than they normally would. At the 10.5%, they have 2 employees. So what they will do is they'll achieve the extra 2.5% 2 years early. Solid Waste Services has 4 employees at the 10.5% that will achieve the 2.5 savings 2 years early. After 2 years, this sunsets because everyone will have been in the program at least the 2 years, so they would have achieved it after the 2-year period anyway. So it's a very minimal savings. I don't have the actual number.
Well, you could assume, could you not, that you had the maximum participation and maximum qualification so we'd know the top end of the number. Worst case, most costly, what would it be? You don't know.
I don't have that. We could.
Okay. Thank you. Then let me ask some other questions, if I might. In the summary of economic effect that Mr. Raskins gave us on April 28th, we have the cover page, which really doesn't, just introduces it. Then we have 2 sheets, one for public transportation and one for solid waste services. And since we have a range of cost of living increases, we know that we estimate between such and such a percent and such a percent. So in the first year, you're telling me that for transportation, we're going to save $109,352, right?
That is correct.
And that's the correct number for wages and for the PERS contribution on those wages.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And then in year 2, and now I want to make sure I understand this. In year 2 and so on, we have cumulative effects of adjustments because what we're doing is changing the base year against which adjustments are made. Is that right? Changing the base year against which adjustments are made by the 3% rollback.
Correct. The difference is the base year was not the year from when the initial contract was cost out. The base year used in Mr. Raskin's costing is 2009.
Okay, in 2009, for half a year, roughly, the rest of the year, if you would, the bargaining unit has agreed to a reduction of 3%.
Yes.
That reduction of 3% will lower the compensation for the rest of the year.
Yes.
What happens when you start calculating at 2010? What wage base do you use? The one before the 3% or the one after the 3%?
The one that includes the rollback, the lesser.
Okay. So if it was $103 and they gave up 3%, it would be $100 roughly. So when you start in 2010, you start with 100, not 103.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. But in that year, since we're guaranteeing a cost of living increase, if it's the low end, it's $36,000 we're saving, right? And if it's the high end, it's no savings at all. It's less of an increase. It's $49,000.
From the base year 2009, correct?
Yes. And then after that, there's no savings per se. We're not reducing the cost of running public transportation. We're just not increasing it as much.
Correct. And keep in mind the 2010 increase of 2.5 and 3.9 already exists in the current collective bargaining agreement. Where it shows more of a cost in future years is those years were added on in order to give them the 1% back in future years.
Yes, no, I understand. In 2011 and 12 and 13, it's 3.5 to 5 and 3.5 to 5% is your adjustment range.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the contract would otherwise expire in 2011?
The contract is set to schedule in December 31st, 2010.
Okay. It seems that we're getting a little today and we're really giving a lot tomorrow. Now that's a judgment call, of course, and I qualify it as that's what one could argue. The same scenario plays out with solid waste services. I mean, it's different numbers, but it's the same scenario.
Yes.
And do they have the same provision that we find in the ordinance relative to in the AM relative to the amended performance step program?
They do. There's 2 employees at Solid Waste Services that are impacted.
Oh, that's right. You told me that. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm repeating myself. Now, what if this were not approved, what would happen?
Well, I guess I would like to defer to Jody Cars to answer that. It's her organization and Mark Madden, who is Solid Waste.
Well, do you know?
Well, what I believe would have to happen in talking to Jody is you'll keep in mind that the first quarter budget revision includes the reduction of the $109 approximate dollars from her budget. If that amount of money is reduced from her budget, I believe she will be left with no other efforts than to reduce her personnel costs, which could very well likely and will most likely result in reduced services by having to cut bus routes, unless an appropriation is made to her department to overcome this.
And the $28,000 would be what we'd find in solid waste.
Correct.
Okay, now let me ask you this last question. What if we did one and not the other? Are we free to do that? We have to, or is this a contract that covers both and we got to either do them all or none?
It's all or none. It's
all right,
one
thank
CBA.
You. That's all the questions I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just for clarification, the 5% took effect when?
The 5% took effect January 1st of 2009.
And the 3%?
3% took effect the first full pay period in January, which I believe was January 5th or 7th. I don't have that date.
So when essentially the new year, the labor group got an 8% increase essentially is how it looks
the public transportation portion of the labor group did.
And Mr. Rasmus isn't here. I know he was trying to fight a cold, but when he's done these for us before, he actually dumps the current payroll data. Is that how he does it? Do you guys do it a little bit differently? But he dumps the actual numbers that people are being paid today.
Both parties use the current payroll numbers.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Weddleton.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, you've asked a good question, which is this a fair deal for the municipality or not? And in response to the question raised both by the public testimony and that overreaching question, I have calculated it under a worst-case scenario, which is that by extending the contract the additional 2 years, it results in a 4% wage increase plus the 1% on the 2 outlying years, compared to if the Assembly didn't do anything, and I'm happy to share that result if anyone's interested in seeing it.
There were some nods. So.
Okay. Let's take the worst-case scenario, which is that in 2011 and 2012, approval of this change results in a 5% wage increase for both of those years, compared to a low scenario, which is only 2% for both of those years. For an employee earning $50,000 today, it results in only a difference of $15 over the next 5 years. So what the worst-case scenario shows is that it's about a break-even for the municipality. And if the wage growth is more moderate, it's a significant savings, primarily because of the wage drop this year that continues throughout all of next year.
At this point, there's people who have questions for Ms. Weddleton. I'm going to clear the board, and we're just going to deal with that right now. So if you want to ask Ms. Weddleton a question.
There you go.
Ms. Selcraig, you're first.
A follow-up question. So basically, because they're taking a 3% cut this year, that 3% cut stays. I mean, that loss is reflected. It's not recovered anywhere. In those out years, that 1%, those 2 out years, the 1% doesn't outweigh the 2%. And then I just wanted I had a question about the 5%. It's the 5%. Could you clarify for me? It seems to me the 5% it really has to do with like pay for work. Wasn't it done based on an analysis of pay? Through the chair, I'm sorry if I wasn't speaking clearly. When I used the term 5%, what I was looking at was the Assembly memorandum on lines 26 and 29 when it capped the wage growth for 2011 and 12 at a maximum of 4% plus the 1% recovery equals 5% max. So I asked myself, let's just say for the sake of discussion that happened, would the municipality have regretted its decision? And the wage concession is so great for the last 6 months of this year and all of 2010 that it would still be about a break-even scenario. Okay, so there's 2 5%. There's the 5% increase that they received January 1 of this year based on an analysis of wage in the industry. Is that what that was?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, that is correct. There was a classification analysis and study that was done, and that study warranted the 5% increase. That was not part of negotiations.
Okay, and the other 5% is an increase if we have a high and of high CPI. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Of course, that presupposes that you've got a 2-year extension on the contract. So as I read it right now, let's just look at solid waste. According to this, and I'm assuming that this is the worst case, we save, that Mr. Raskins did for us, we saved $28,900 in this year. In the first year of the new contract, which there's no comparison, it's going to result in a $96,000 additional wage over what?
Through the chair, if I had prepared the summary of economic effects, it wouldn't have looked like that. What I would have done is I would have estimated what the wage growth would have been under the new contract. This calculation I have here, I can load whatever you think will happen and give you an instantaneous result.
Here's the problem. Right now, the contract ends 12/31 in 10.
That's right.
So anything you do out here presupposes that sometime in 10 we had negotiations that lead out. Instead, someone has assumed, Mr. Raskins apparently has assumed, that whatever wage obtained on the last day of 010 would be the new wage in 011. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I don't understand your question.
He had to get these numbers from somewhere. Mm-hmm. So what he's done here, if you look at solid waste services, there's no lines on this, but if you look at effective, the dates he does is he comes to the end of the year, the expiration date of the contract. Then he must make some assumption that starting the next day of the next year, there's a wage base. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming he assumed the wage on December 31 was likewise the wage the next year on January 1 and made his assumption. Now, so what you've done, or what this does, if we extend for 2 years, locks in whichever one of these assumptions proved to be correct, either the 3.5 or the 3.9 to 5, right? So we're locking in an increase that we might or might not be able to bargain for or bargain away. Mm-hmm. In order to get 28 grand, we're committing 2 years hence, today, to 96 grand. Is that right?
Go ahead.
Point of clarification. The 28 grand is for solid waste services. There's 2 C's attached with this. One is enterprise activities. One is general government. The transit, the general government contains the public transportation employees, which is the majority of the membership. So the $28,000 savings is for 19 employees.
Solid waste.
Solid waste.
I'm just using as an example. You want me to turn the page and use the other one?
Sure.
For $109,000, we're giving up $365,000 2 years hence. Triple. That's a pretty good rate of return. I mean, that's just a fact. If the numbers are right and we extend this contract, we're going to spend $96,000 more than in 2 years, when it comes up, than we are obligated to spend today.
That's correct. The presumption in the letter of agreement or that is before you is that we extend the contract, and the opportunity, if you will, would be that there would be less than an inflation rate negotiation out there. And so you're correct. The presumption is that any subsequent bargaining to take effect after 2010 would come in at or around the inflation rate, the 5-year rolling average.
That might be, yeah. But the point being is what you're doing now, if we adopt this, is locking in
an inflation rate assumption.
Which, if we get into 2010 when there would be negotiations because the contract would be expiring,
sure,
who knows what the economic situation might be and who knows what the end result would be.
Correct.
And if you recall, that was what we did when we adopted the Teamsters contract a year ago, whenever it was. We said 3 years. Now, to give us 28,000, well, actually 28 and 9 or 28 and 13, we're obligating ourselves to 96, 184, or whatever. To me, and giving a 5-year contract. To me, I wish I could double my money every 2 years.
It's the same premise that was used in constructing the fire arrangement.
Yeah, but
there was a year added
contract, Mike,
and they added a year.
Yeah.
So this contract is different in that the added years, there's 2 of them, and it adds years sooner than the fire contract does.
Sorry, I don't have the fire contract in front of me, but I recognize that the savings net over the time frame were a positive number in the range of $4 million. Over time, over the term of the extended contract. So
that's correct. And this will also present a net positive on the I see your point. In the years in which the contract currently measures, there's a significant net positive. But
2 years, yes.
Yes. And the premise we think the Assembly should use in judging this is one that assumes that there'll be a cost of living based adjustment for the 2 subsequent years.
Right. Okay. So I want to make sure I understand. So we're saying, when we extend this contract for 2 years, we're going to assume that whatever ended the year at the time the contract expired, we don't have to renegotiate, and here's what we'll face over the next 2 years. Okay. And the alternate assumption, or the alternate scenario would be a better word. The alternate scenario, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Abbott. The alternate scenario would say, of course, we might not they might not agree to this, but the alternate scenario would say if we reopen in bargaining either at the end of 2010 or the end of 2011, if they agreed to a 1-year deal, we may or may not be better off. Correct. All right. That's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Mr. Klayman?
I would just note, for purposes of clarification, part of the fire agreement actually does include a second-year extension. It's not just a 1-year extension, but there's an option for a second-year extension.
Yeah, option.
That's part of that as well.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
I think I understand some of the concerns expressed that, if we don't do this, then when the contract expires at the end of next year, we can seek 0 increase or 1% increase, right? I mean, the idea is, if we don't agree to this, then in a year and a half we can bargain so that there's no increase to the recompense of these individuals, or 1%, less than a cost of living adjustment. That's sort of the premise of how we could potentially get a better deal. Just playing with some numbers here, and Ms. Weddleton's point was a little bit muddled, but the fact of the matter is you run these numbers, when you get to the end of 2010, no matter what happens with inflation over the next couple of years, when you get to the end of 2010, you're starting at a lower base rate if we approve this. Okay? We're starting at a lower base rate. So, if you make the assumption that, okay, we think we can get less than a cost of living adjustment in bargaining for the 2011 contract, then you have to get a lot less than a cost of living adjustment to get back down to where we get with this agreement, because you're starting from a higher base. I respect the concern about the length of the term, and I certainly don't, that's a philosophical thing. You can go back and forth. But when we're talking about the numbers, with this agreement, should we approve it, we're getting them down to a lower base rate so that it'd be real tough, I think. Maybe maybe Ms. Arnold will become an even better negotiator in the next couple of years. But it'd be real tough to get them back down below the base we're getting them to if we do this. And I guess that's all I'd have to say on that.
Ms. Weddleton.
Through the chair, I apologize for being muddled. I agree that I was muddled. When I made the statement that from the perspective of the Assembly this was a break-even proposition, here's what I was comparing. I was comparing the absolute maximum you might approve today versus what I considered a very reasonable minimum, which is that the administration could negotiate a 2% contract for 11 and 12, which is a very wide range. That's 5% versus 2%, and that's a break-even calculation.
There's no one in the queue, and you just confused me. My understanding is this is related to the CPI. So how could there be the ability to negotiate the 2%?
I use that as an example of what the Assembly might believe it could achieve if it didn't approve this item tonight and instead took its chances when the contract was up for negotiation.
Oh, okay. All right. And one more question, if I could. The performance pay factor, I'm a little bit unclear. Is that reflected in the cost, the Cs that you prepared, Ms. Weddleton, at all?
Madam Chair, it is not. Internal audit historically has not cost out performance factors because it's based on assumptions, and so historically it has not been cost out.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Starr.
And I think it's a great, noble effort. The thing that we miss is we miss the total burden cost of the employer. that the employee costs us, and we're not recognizing in the total C. And I guess Ms. Welton made the comment that, you know, if she was done the SEE, total contract value is the number that we need to watch here, folks. It's not just the amount of reduced dollars, but the total contract cost of these employees is going to go up significantly. In the health care module, the retirement contributions, and all the other negotiated items are on top of these. So you're asking for concessions in that, but on the other hand, they're receiving a continual and steady increase in their benefit package and their contribution to their retirements and the other factors that come into that. So I'm not too upset here about this, especially with the 5 and the 3 that they just got in January. We're doing our best here across the board to do that without minimizing personnel cuts or service cuts. But this one it doesn't make sense to do at this point with the total burden cost ever increasing on us, and then we'll have a balloon mortgage, if you will, in the out years. And I just urge to come back with an alternative solution. We've still got a year left to deal with some shortfalls, and I think we can make it. This is not the solution.
I'm sorry, Ms. Handyside, you're next.
It's actually me.
Okay.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr brings up a point that I would like to comment on, and that is he mentions health care. One of the things that this would protect for the municipality is in the current agreement, the Teamsters have agreed to a 50-50 split on increases in health costs. So we would preserve that 50-50 split on any increases in health costs for an additional duration for the extension of this contract. That is as great a savings as we achieved with any bargaining unit.
Okay. I'm going to just interject a quick one then. When Mr. Begich talked to us about his strong desire to move away from longevity pay, which personally I didn't quite see why he wanted to do that, he argued that this performance I forget what's the right term, performance pay was going to be the alternative. But if you don't include the cost in any of the C's that we get, then we're at a tremendous disadvantage in weighing this.
Okay.
I guess that isn't a question. I apologize. Mr. Coffey.
We're at deliberation, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which I thought that's what it was. And you're right. We are at a disadvantage when we don't know the total cost of something. We can do one of two things in that regard. We can either ask you to cost it out, or which would mean we'd have to, I think, probably put this off for 2 weeks, or we can do something else, and which would be either voted up or voted down without knowing the full cost one way or the other. I've said this, and I think it's important for people to hear again, even though I've said it before. I said it first with a school budget, and I've said it since when we've had labor negotiations. What I think is happening, folks, and the reason that we're sort of at substantial odds within our community is that there's a disconnect between what a person in the private sector can achieve in a job, and in even good paying jobs, and what we are guaranteeing to our public employees who have union representation. And at the school district level, it turns out that for every dollar in wages we pay out 61% in benefits, and I can guarantee you that does not exist in the private sector. I looked at APDEA, or APD, the police department, and we're paying out a little over 36% in benefits that were accounted for as a percentage, and we're paying $1,700 and some odd dollars in health care benefits per employee. If you figure someone makes $100,000, that adds, and you pay out $17,000 or $1,700 a month, which is about $20,000 a year, you can see that that's about another 20% increase, and so the police are likewise over 55% in terms of their benefit package. I'm sure if you did it across the board with most of us, most of our union employees, you would find that this is, in point of fact, that's, like I said, not available in the private sector. At some point in time, people who pay the taxes, and let me acknowledge full well that people who work for the city and are represented by unions are taxpayers just like the rest of us. We'll get to a point where we just can't do it and won't do it, and we'll end up with something like Prop 13 in California, which I don't know if you all remember. Well, it's a bloody mess. It doesn't work well. It's a problem, and because of what's happened over time. So I'm not anxious to find that as a solution, but that's what may ultimately occur. So at some point in time, we've got to start to make these adjustments that reflect this dichotomy and the disparate opportunities between those two sectors of our town. And that's why I don't like 5 years, for one, and I recognize, sure, 50-50 on benefits, that's a good argument maybe for extending it, but it bothers me to extend contracts out for 5 years. In 5 years, lots and lots of things change. We didn't like 5 years when the Teamsters came before. Now they've got it here in front of us again. Over 5 years, if we do this, it's somewhere between $850,000 more and $1.7 million more, and $226,000 and $450,000 in solid waste more, for savings that amount to somewhere between $150,000 and about $145,000 in the one hand and $37,000 in the other. It seems to me to be out of balance, guys, for all the reasons I just stated. So I've got a real problem approving this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selkirk? I'd like to move to postpone this until our meeting on the 26th, because I do want to see it cost out. I think we've been in these kind of dilemmas before in terms of what the implication of a contract means. Did I push first motion? Thank you. The figures to me look like there are some real benefits for the city. The fact that there's a 2% reduction that's carried through over a 5-year period or a 4-year period, I think has significant value. But sitting here, I can't completely measure that value. And I spoke with Ms. Whittleton. She felt that she could actually produce some figures that would clarify the value of this proposal and actually answer some of the mystery questions. And I think that it's appropriate for us to have some questions to those mystery questions before we act. I mean, it is true that in the last 2 years could be anything, but it might be interesting to cost it out with some scenarios of what they would be. And then we could have a better understanding of what we're doing. So I'd like to wait a week, have the information in front of us, and I think that it'll be easier to vote on this and have a consensus.
Mr. Gutierrez, were you on the motion?
I just wanted to second Dr. Selkirk's motion.
Okay. Did you want to speak?
I do.
Go ahead.
I would like to hear from the administration what consequences they would see for putting this off for a couple of weeks. And if there are adverse consequences, I'd prefer not to do it.
I mean, you'll be seeing, depending on the labor bargaining unit, two kinds of concessions. Some involve wage givebacks, the straight percentage giveback. Others that involve something more like leave without pay, which are furloughs. And on the furloughs, it's a question of how many months do you have to sort of schedule in time off where you're not going to get paid. And as the year starts running out, it starts limiting their options. And with the wage pay givebacks, what happens is as you delay, it just means that the cost advantage that each department gets in managing their budget gets less and less. So a 2-week delay equates to a certain amount of dollars that we no longer save in 2009. It doesn't really impact the future years because those are the future years. But in terms of today, we had hoped to get a lot of these concessions sooner than we have them. Each time there's a delay. That just means more dollars that we're going to be paying at the current rates before we can achieve any of the savings. Does that answer your question? I can't give you a specific dollar figure.
That actually does.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you wanted to speak again on the
Well, I just want to note that we're not talking about a furlough here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion to delay is before us. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on the motion to delay for 2 weeks. That is approved. The item is delayed for 2 weeks. The next item before us is the 14B, which is AO 60. This is implementation of up to 62 hours of mandatory non-represented employee general furlough leave. Anyone who'd like to speak to that, please come forward.
Hi again. My name is Joe Bernardini. I'm a 19-year non-represented employee that works at AWW. I'd like to bring up a point about my conversation on the last ordinance. I'm not against it at all. I just want to remind you about parity and equity.
Okay.
And that's what my main point was.
Right.
Is you've got ongoing negotiations with other unions, and you will see that they're not offered the same deal. But we'll get to that later. I want to talk about two things. I want to talk about legality of the ordinance and the equity, or what I would rather term it as, inequities. First of all, Anchorage Municipal Code 3.30.012E, and this has to do with the amendments to the personnel rules. It states, the director shall evaluate such recommendations, and this is by the Human Resource Advisory Board, and forward them to the Personnel Review Board for its consideration in accordance with Section 3.30.015C. To my knowledge, that hasn't happened. 3.30.015 of the code, this is the Human Resource Advisory Board under responsibilities. The board will review and make recommendations on this chapter and any amendments thereto. To my knowledge, that hasn't happened. And thirdly, the violation of what I think is a potential violation of the code is Anchorage Municipal Code 3.30.018, Personnel Rules Committee, second paragraph under item A. It says the committee is not charged with proposing changes to the personnel rules, but instead with providing input on changes proposed by the administration or the assembly. All proposed changes to the personnel rules shall be reviewed by the Personnel Rules Committee prior to the scheduled public hearing. And I can tell you that hasn't happened in my latest conversation with the chairman of the Personnel Rules Committee. So whatever action you take here tonight, I'm not sure is entirely legal by the code, that you haven't met 3 criteria under the code to even present this ordinance to you. Well, let's get away from that for a second. Let's talk about equities, or as I'd like to prefer them, inequities. Non-represented people get lumped in with AMEA. So let's talk about a little bit about the equities of AMEA. You heard about the performance service program that the Teamsters Local 959 have. They get 13% after 8 quarters. AMEA has that exact same clause. They call it the Performance Incentive Program, and AMEA members can earn 13% within 4 years. 4 years. Under Anchorage Municipal Code, non-reps receive 3.5% after 10 years of service, 7% after 15 years of service, and 10.5% after 20 years. PIP is not available to us.
Okay, you're going to have to end up here.
Okay, so 2 more points I'd like to make, and they're going to be real quick, is health benefit contributions that AMEA gets that we don't. We historically never get the same percentage of contribution increase that AMEA members get when it comes to health benefits. Ever, never, ever. Not once that I can remember. Last point I'd like to make, I don't see anything in this ordinance that comes up about executives, but please ask me about it. I found some very interesting information. And lastly, I've sent 2 draft ordinance changes to you, but after hearing some of the things I've heard today and read the ordinance change, or the suggested ordinance change for Teamsters 959, and now knowing what's on the table, I found out today from AMEA.
Thank you.
I'd like to make modifications to that. Thank you very much. Questions?
Anyone else? Oh, Ms. Johnston, you had a question?
Yes, I'd like to hear what you have to say as far as the executive.
Executives, very interesting. None of this language applies to the executives, and you're going to hear some hocus pocus about all that codified. But as long as what I really wanted to get to was when it comes down to equity and when it comes down to the code, that there's a convenience factor for certain administrations. I'm not saying this one, I'm saying past. I mean, they've opened Pandora's box for us to air our grievances. So here's what I found on executive pay. Under Part 17 of executive pay, it gives you ranges. It says, okay, it classifies positions by by range, 24E, 23E. It tells you what the minimum and maximum pay limits for those executives are. On February 3rd, 2009, you received a report, and it says, the attached report serves to satisfy the requirement under Municipal Code 3.30174G, reports to the assemblies. These are the 2008 annual executive salaries. Now, I didn't do a complete search because I didn't get this until late in the afternoon, but I did a very quick search. 28 of 100 and whatever positions are paid over the maximum allowed by code. And many of them 20% over. So I find it rather odd that it's convenient that they can set their wages for what they want to be, and yet...
There are questions.
Okay.
Were you done, Ms. Johnson? Ms. Gray-Jackson, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bernardini mentioned 3 code requirements that he did not believe that the administration has met. Madam Chair, is it appropriate if I ask the administration, have they met those 3 code requirements?
Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Abbott, or
Thank you.
whoever?
I apologize. I stepped out for
hearing.
just one moment, but 2 of the 3 that I'm aware that you mentioned is the Personnel Rules Committee. They were notified. In fact, I have written response from the chair that she solicited from the Personnel Rules Board, so we did meet that requirement.
That's not true.
I'm just going to, actually, I'm kind of bending the rules here to allow Ms. Gray-Jackson to ask this. This isn't debate, sir. Very briefly.
The second component that I'm aware of is our responsibility to notify the Human Resource Advisory Board. This information was sent out to them electronically, and as of 4:30 today, we received no response. Keep in mind that the last line of that also states failure to complete periodic review shall not affect the validity of any rule or regulation, but we did comply and we did send the information out, and I'm not aware of what the other requirement was.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson, anything else?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Abbott, did you have a question you wanted to ask?
I was just going to comment on the executive pay issue, but I can wait until later.
That?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is Andrew Rosales. I work for the Prosecutor's Office. I have 5 specific questions addressing this administration specifically and the look at this ordinance. First of all, the 62 hours seems like a very arbitrary number, and I've been wondering where it came from, because it comes out to be about 79% of one paycheck a year per employee lost to them, which is pretty close to my 3% cost of living raise I received in January. But what it did not note, and my specific question is, how does that match my PERS contribution? Because PERS does not allow contributions from leave without pay. So that means I can't contribute, nor can the municipality. That's a compounded loss to my retirement. I'd like to know if that was calculated into this, because that is more than a 3% loss to all non-reps. That's my first concern. The second is in Section 1, Section F2C, it discusses that this will be taken, the 62 hours of leave will be taken in 6 months. We have to take it by the end of the calendar year. That is more than what I believe the unions are conceding to. They're taking 3% for the next 6 months. And in 2010, they're taking 3% over the year. So the non-reps, the 600 of us, are taking our full amount in 6 months. That's over 4 hours of pay period, lost pay for us. My next point in question for clarification would be regarding Section 1 F611, and that's non-reps leaving the employee of the municipality would have to pay their 62 hours even though they didn't complete the full year. How is that a fair and equitable way of doing business? The unions don't have to, when they move on to another employer, give the rest of their 3% to the municipality. I think that requirement needs to be discussed and looked at a little more because, again, the non-reps, the 600 of us, are giving something the unions are not conceding to. My other concern is, as a department, we're not incredibly well staffed. We're losing over 1,426 hours of staffing. That's a half-time FTE. And that's a department that wanted one more clerk because we are buried in work because the police department gets funded so heavily and we do not for administrative help. The next question I have is actually more just a concern I've had since the $17 million budget issue has come up. This is not a budget shortfall, if I understand it. This is a shortfall in our revenue accounts. This was interest income that was lost over 2008 and 2009 that the city had hoped to put into our savings account. And in general terms, as a citizen, I think that's great. That's fiscally responsible. But this is not a shortfall that occurred several years ago when the state changed the way they did revenue sharing with the city. That was a shortfall because that was operating costs lost in the budget. Why are we asking 3,500 employees to shoulder $17 million? That's my 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Just a second. Maybe if the administration could jot down some notes, and after all the testimony, I'll give you an opportunity to summarize some of the points you'd like to make. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Heidi Pollard. Some of you know me. I work for the municipality in IT, and I'm a non-rep. I came to talk to you a little bit about the history of non-reps. Back in the 70s, just before the unification of the city and the borough, there were no non-reps. It was when we were unified that the non-rep category was created. And when they did so, when they pulled us out of the union, they made us a promise in writing that they would keep us whole with the union, separate but equal. We would have the same compensation and the same leave benefits. You may ask why I know this. I know this because I was there in the 70s. I worked for personnel and IT in the 70s, and that promise was made to me. The agreement since then has not been kept. The AMEA union has different leave and different benefits, wage benefits, than we do. It's been a wider gap. We have not been whole. One of the other things that was said in that agreement was that because we didn't have union representation, that you, the assembly, would be our voice, that you would be the people that would look out for the non-reps and make sure that we were taken care of and that we were equal, at least. There's been a lot of information already about differences between the other unions. You know, some of the unions are giving back their 3%, and they're only giving it back for this half a year, which is only probably about 1.5%, not 3%. We would be giving back the equivalent with 62 hours of furlough of 3% when you count the fact that you don't have to pay our payroll taxes. I think that's where it's 62 hours is. It adds up to 80 hours if you count in the amount of money for our payroll taxes. In the 70s, there was no way that we could be in a union because there was no such thing as a no-strike clause. But I believe that there is that capability now, and I really do believe that the non-reps might actually consider forming a union if you pass this legislation, because it isn't keeping us equitable, it isn't keeping us fair, it isn't the right thing to do for the non-reps. I'm just asking you to remember that you are our representative and you are our voice, and we should be at least equal with the union represented employees. Because when we were pulled out of the union, it was because we were considered so critical and so necessary to the functioning of the municipality that we were not going to be allowed to strike, and that's why the non-reps were formed.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Melson. I work for the prosecutor's office also. One of my big concerns is we just started to feel the relief from the reduction in federal withholding. And part of what this is going to do with the 62-hour furlough, that's going to impact the relief that we're feeling as citizens. I kind of agree that this is not necessarily a budget shortfall, and we're faced with a choice every day as citizens whether we should use a credit card we paid off or to dip into our savings account. And I'm not sure that it's fair that we're being asked to do that again. For me, and actually just doing the some of the calculations, it's actually a 5% impact on my income. And I'm at the low end. I just started the municipality last year. If the mayor or the mayor-elect chooses to use this ordinance, what's to say that later on when things are not the where y'all want them, that we may not still lose our increase that we got earlier this year. Where is it going to stop? We're going to be heavily impacted on every end. Sections A through E of unpaid leave, there's some essence of employee choice, either how the unpaid leave is going to be taken or why it's taken. This amendment, this ordinance, gives no choice as far as the employee is concerned. We're just told we're going to take 62 hours off unpaid, and we have to do it in probably less than 6 months. I really want to urge the Assembly to really take a look at this. It's been mentioned that our PERS is going to be impacted, contributions both from us, both from the municipality also. That's going to be compounded, especially if this is used in the future. So I'd really urge that all of this be looked at before we're asked to shoulder this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Karen Lee, and I work for the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, and I'm a non-rep. I urge you not to vote for this ordinance. I think it's a poorly conceived piece of legislation. It will affect our PERS, not only in the ways already mentioned, but PERS considers anything greater than 10 days of leave without pay. They don't count that towards your service credits, so eventually someone would have to work longer to reach their retirement goal. Again, there does not seem to be any sunset clause to this ordinance, so that could be compounded year after year after year. 62 hours by itself does not equal 10 days. However, if some people have already had some leave without pay during the year, adding 62 hours of leave without pay to that would push them over that limit. It also doesn't consider any provision for folks who have had to take a great deal of leave without pay, say for family leave reasons. Do they need to take another 62 hours within this next 6 months of the year? There's nothing in this ordinance that gives any guidance towards that. The ordinance also does not prohibit any leave cash-in, so those of us who do have a lot of leave could simply cash in our leave and cover that 62 hours of leave without pay and have no loss in revenue towards ourselves. Also, my understanding of the budgets, at least for the water utility, is that our budget is separate and our board would have to approve anything that happens to our compensation. So this ordinance also does not address that. It sounds like it's going to just force every non-rep into this. I think for two suggestions, for something different to do than furloughs, we could simply do a rollback like some of the other unions are proposing. We could also repeal Municipal Code 3.30.129, which gives a lot of overtime to non-reps who, under the FLSA, would ordinarily be exempt from overtime. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Members of the Assembly, my name is Greg Stewart. I work for the Anchorage Police Department. I'm a non-representative employee. I urge you not to vote for this tonight and reconsider this. It is disparate treatment among non-reps. It's targeting a specific class. It does not have a sunset clause, and I'd like to say ditto to everything that's been said before me to keep this short. Non-representative employees with the police department or any other division do not have the representation of a union. There is, again, no sunset clause with this particular ordinance. It can go on even past all of the other years that some of these other contracts have for 5 years, 3 years, etc. And I would encourage you not to endorse this type of legislation to regulate labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
I'm Chris Kaczynski, employee at Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. I'm a non-rep, and yes, AWU is a rate-based and revenue-generated utility, revenue-funded utility, excuse me. Furloughing utility employees will not have any effect on general government's bottom line, as I understand this. There are employees at AWU and other enterprise activities at this time who are living paycheck to paycheck. Why penalize them with a furlough? And just why? I believe, if I remember right, when I was in general government years ago, there were wage issues which came up before us and stuff like that, and non-reps in general government took some sacrifices, and non-reps at the enterprise activities or utilities did not. They didn't feel spreading the pain or the penalties was necessary. And that's my question. Why now?
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. There's a question, sir. Come back. Mr. Coffey.
If the goal of this body is to share the pain, as we've said many times, how would you do it for the non-reps?
I'm not sure. I haven't given it much thought. A freeze. A freeze, wage freeze possibly, or rollback.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify?
Hello, Assembly members. My name is Bradley Porter. I work for IT for the municipality of Anchorage, and I am a non-rep as well. There are a couple of things about this that I'd like to reiterate that some of the other people have mentioned, and one is that there is no sunset clause to this ordinance. I believe that this would inevitably be a tool by the mayor to balance his budget in absence of doing anything with the unions or anything like that. That piece, I think, is extraordinarily unfair. The other piece to this, too, is that, yes, we would be giving back the entire 3% for the entire year. The unions are not doing that. Additionally, if you look at number 11 in section 3.30.1511, as I read this, and maybe somebody can clarify this for me, but if you step into the year as an employee for the municipality of Anchorage, and the mayor decides that he would like to furlough us, and the next week after that year starts, you decide you would like to find a new job, I read this as it's going to take the 62 hours. That is grossly unfair. In addition, it's a taking. It is not a not giving. It is an actual taking. It also, I would think, probably find itself to be illegal if somebody were to challenge it in court. And that's all I have for now.
Any questions for this gentleman? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Eric Schmitz. I am a non-rep at the water utility. Mr. Coffey brought up an interesting point that I'd like to just address. You asked what, as non-reps, can we do to contribute? And I think it's amazing that we have a community of workers here that are willing to contribute, that aren't just saying, no, we're willing to give something up. But if we want to make it equitable to other labor contracts, maybe we should give up 32 hours for the remainder of the year and lock in COLA increases for the next 2 or 4 years. Because that's the way we see everything else going, and what we see, 62 hours a year coming out of our paychecks for the next indefinite amount of time. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Is there anyone else? Hearing and seeing no one, the hearing is closed. What's the wish of? All right. Is there a second? Ms. Gray Jackson did. Before we start, the administration would like a little bit of time, I think, to respond to some of the comments. Or Mr. Kleiman?
And Ms. Arnold, I believe, is prepared to provide
Okay.
that information, and to the extent the Assembly has questions, she or others should be able to answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give the basics and let Ms. Whittleton speak as far as the financials. First of all, one of the questions that was raised is 62 hours seems like an odd number, and I wanted to explain how we came up with the 62 hours. 2080 is a work year times the 3% increase that non-reps received this year equals 62.4. So the 62 hours achieves the savings of a 3% rollback for the entire year. Second of all, I can speak in generalities. One of the points that was made by several of the individuals is the fact that this is different than what the concessions have looked like so far. So far, we've had 2 unions that have come forward with concessions. We've had IAFF, and we had the Teamsters that's tabled. Both of those did involve a 3% rollback in wage. Yes, they are only receiving the 3% rollback from the time it went into effect forward, but keep in mind that that 3% is also felt for the entire 2010 year. I am pleased to say that we will have a third concession offer coming forward at the next assembly meeting. It is from the Operating Engineers Local 302. The Operating Engineers Local 302 has signed an agreement with the municipality for a 62-hour furlough leave without pay for 2009. So it's not quite all that uncommon. I also would like to say that we continue to be in negotiations with more than one other bargaining unit at the time, and we are considering all of the options. So this is something that, again, next assembly meeting, you will see a 62-hour furlough concession coming forward, and who knows what will come from the other bargaining units that we're still engaged in conversations with. Let's see. The Personnel Rules Committee, I did address that early on. Again, this information was forwarded electronically. I also had a phone conversation with Renee Stewart, who is the chair. I actually had more than one phone conversation with Renee. Renee was here tonight. I asked her if she was going to speak. She said she was not. She provided me written feedback from non-reps that she had received and said that she did not feel inclined to speak, and she did leave at the break. So she's not here, but she could validate the fact that the Personnel Rules Committee has reviewed this and provided us with input.
Ms. Arnold, maybe you could just hit the highlights, and there's a whole bunch of people lined up with questions, so I'm sure we'll delve into this in more depth later.
The last... I don't know about that. So the last thing that I also want to point out is this is really the lesser of the evils that the administration has at its disposal right now. In the non-rep personnel rules, there is programmed leave without pay. Programmed leave without pay allows the municipality to put employees for 1 week to 8 weeks on programmed leave without pay. If employees have annual leave, they do have the ability to use their annual leave during programmed leave without pay. It is likely that we would have to implement programmed leave without pay in far excess of 62 hours to achieve the savings. That would have a direct impact on the non-rep employees and a direct impact on service. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Weddleton.
Through the chair, I would like to address the comment that was made twice tonight that we don't have a budget problem. We had a shortfall in 2008 revenues. It is correct that in 2008 our revenues came in substantially less than budget, as they did for almost every community in the entire country, most of which are implementing furloughs today. But let me remind this group of why it affects our situation today. And that is because part of balancing our budget required bringing our fund balance policy back up even to the minimum. Even if we ignored our emergency designation, we are not in compliance with our fund balance policy without implementing expenses in 2009 that are less than our budgeted revenues. And the impacts of that are extremely severe and would affect this generation and next because our bond rating would be greatly placed at risk.
Okay. Thank you. And if I could remind Assembly members to be succinct. We're just starting our agenda, and there's 6 people in queue on this.
And Madam Chairman, just one last little, and Mr. Reeves can explain. One of the speakers raised the topic about why wasn't a 3% rollback in the wage level considered for non-reps rather than the furlough, and I think Mr. Reeves can explain the reason why we didn't pursue that as an option. Mr. Reeves.
Yeah, I think your questions are going to come.
Yes, Ms. Osiander. The concern in the legal department is that employees might argue and might successfully argue that it is not, that the Assembly is not permitted to roll back the wages of the non-reps. That would be a unilateral change in the employment agreement.
And while I wouldn't want to offer the opinion here on the record that it would be illegal, I'm willing to defend anything you do. We felt that this was a much more prudent alternative, and I think as a policy matter, it's not only better from the standpoint of legal risk, it's a better deal for the employees.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Flynn, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, just a real quick question to the administration. The comment about there's no sunset clause in this ordinance, would there be any particular objection to a December 31 sunset clause? And then if we need to do this again, we can revisit it next year.
I think there's two features. Ultimately, the sunset is a question for the Assembly, and if that's the will of the body, that's fine.
I got that part.
The sunset, I think, first is that if you figured out the issue 3 months before the end of the year, then the executive makes the decision not to give the wage increase at the first of the year that they might otherwise permit, and so in many years it might not be an issue because that kind of rollback would have not, or the wage increase might not have occurred for the non-reps. The second part is that I think from a standpoint of sound fiscal management for whoever is the mayor, I think this is an important tool for the mayor to have in his or her quiver of tools in terms of financial management. And I think that it's appropriate for that mayor, for whoever's the mayor, to have that authority. 3% leave without pay, as explained by Ms. Arnold, is pretty small. I've been in more than one job where I was asked to take 2 weeks, and so was everyone else. And this is less than 2 weeks, and so I think it's a reasonable tool for the mayor to have. But again, if the Assembly is more comfortable passing this with a sunset, that's fine.
Thank you. When we get to that point, Madam Chair, I'll offer a quick amendment to that effect. I guess I'll make my final comments here. I understand that no matter what we, the Assembly, does or what the administration does, not everyone's going to be happy. You're looking at a non-rep guy whose direct reports have more than doubled this year, have lost staff this year. I didn't get a raise this year, and all my represented employees did. No one asked me if that was equitable. No one asked me if I liked it. That's just the way it is for me. If someone had told me you have to take 8 days off, 7 days off without pay, and that was the only consequence I had to bear, and it wouldn't affect my future pay, I would have raised my hands, clicked my heels, and walked out the door that moment. Holy cats. I understand that this is hard for some people, but gee whiz, this is a heck of a lot better deal than I got. I'm going to support it with the sunset clause, and I understand it's going to affect some of you negatively, but gee whiz, this is a heck of a lot better deal that I get. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I would note Mr. Flynn said gee whiz 3 times. I will try to be succinct per your instructions. However, I have a lot of issues with this, and I think while I hear what Mr. Flynn said about a certain amount of leave without pay being something, there could be far worse consequences. I would support a sunset clause. I also am very concerned about several points regarding the notice. It's my understanding that employees would get 1 week's notice before being required to take a certain amount of leave. I would hesitate to say that anyone sitting on the top level up here still lives paycheck to paycheck. We have a lot of employees who do. And living paycheck to paycheck means you get paid on a Friday, and by the 2 weeks later on that Friday when the next paycheck comes, the money's already run out. I would hasten to say there are probably some of us here who've never lived paycheck to paycheck, and it's a difficult thing to not be able to plan your home budget, to not be able to plan when you're not going to get a paycheck, when you're not going to be able to buy groceries in a grocery store, that's a very, very difficult burden to put on our employees. I would support, I think, more significant notice into when they have to, when they're going to be required to take this. I have some really specific concerns related to our enterprise activities. Specifically, I'll use the example of AWWU, which is, we heard from some of the people who testified, ratepayer-funded utility. I'm having a real hard time understanding how requiring AWU to furlough non-represented employees is going to help general government. On the one hand, AWU's expenses may go down, but if their expenses may go down, that will factor into rate making and their income will go down accordingly. Yet at the same time, they're going to reduce service to me, the customer. So we're going to reduce customer service, reduce our productivity, and produce absolutely no savings in return. That makes very little sense to me. Now, please. I understand we want to be equitable, so if we're going to do this to the non-reps in one part of city government, we probably ought to do it to the others, but it doesn't make any good business sense. It doesn't make any sense to me to reduce service to our customers and not gain anything from it. I don't think that's a business model that any business in the world would operate successfully for very long on. I have some very, very great difficulties with that. It's going to be even... You can, the saying is you can dress up a pig as much as you want, it's still a pig. I think adding a sunset clause makes this a little bit better. I think providing employees with more notice makes it a little bit better. Is it enough? I don't know. I also have some tremendous concerns with how this particular ordinance was introduced. And I think that introduction by title only is a practice that in the future that should be absolutely prohibited. The reason we have a time lag between introduction and a public hearing is so that the public has time to read, digest information, to formulate reasonable questions, intelligent questions, to make intelligent comment. And I think that introducing something by its title only and then coming out with the meat of the substance of the issue a little bit later defeats that purpose. Now, I'm not saying there was any nefarious intent on the part of the administration. I understand. I think this was a little rushed, and I think maybe we were trying to get it in the hopper and get it going. And while currently introduction by title only is legal, it's not wise. And I'm very troubled by that. Beyond the substance of this ordinance, I think that in the future that's a practice that this body would be wise to prohibit. Madam Chair, I think that's all I have at the moment, but I would reserve my right to chime in again if there are other points raised. Thank you.
Okay. I'm hoping that we can all hold it to 2 times speaking. But Mr. Abbott, you're next in the list.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just need to respond to one comment made during public testimony. There was a comment made that somehow executive salaries exceed the codified bands for them. That is incorrect. I know Mr. Bernardini reads the purchasing code more clearly than he just read 3.30. There's a section of the code that requires the salary bands for executives to be indexed based on the rate of inflation. So the numbers that are in the code are not the current salary bands because they were the numbers that were set whenever that code was adopted. Since then, and I don't know whether it precedes my time with the municipality, so it's at least 6 years ago, that those numbers have been indexed for inflation. No executive salary exceeds that which is allowed by code. I need to state that categorically.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I'm going to make sure I got the non-rep situation clearly in mind. Lisa, the non-reps received a 3% increase January 1 or thereabouts of this year?
First full pay period in January.
Okay. And nothing in this furlough policy would reduce that, is that right?
That's correct.
So for the whole year, they get a 3% increase, and the 62 hours is an equivalent of taken now, or approximately now, Is that equivalent to a 3% reduction? Is that what you said earlier?
It's equivalent to a full year 3% reduction.
Okay, and then and it's only this year, right?
Well,
I mean,
this is just
it only
given the mayor's-
applies, the reduction only?
Well, the ordinance doesn't invoke the furlough. It allows the mayor to invoke it.
That's right.
Yes.
That's what I mean. But the plan of the administration is to invoke it for the rest of '09. Is that right? That's a better way of phrasing it.
I'll say that yet. Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Clayman?
Yes, that's correct. And I would just note, although it allows up to 62 hours, I think our budget, that is the budget that was approved assumes 56 hours of furlough to non-reps. Ms. Weddleton, is that, yeah, Ms. Weddleton confirms that in terms of the budget that was approved unanimously by the Assembly, it includes 56 hours of leave without pay for non-reps.
All right. So that answers the question of if the unions are giving back 3% for so much of the year, and why are you requiring, or does that answer, that's a better way, does that answer the question of why are you requiring us to give in a 6 or 7 month period back 3%? For the whole year?
Yes, I'll address that. Again, you are correct. The unions are giving a partial year savings, and the non-reps are being asked to give the full year savings, just as Local 302 has come forward. Keep in mind that the bargaining units, we will also achieve the full 3% savings in 2010.
Yes, if we approve those, to the extent we approve those contract extensions and so forth. Okay. Now, on a sunset clause, if this is a valuable tool to the administration to use in times of budget difficulties, why would you sunset it?
Mr. Coffey, that's ultimately a policy call for the Assembly.
Yeah, I know that.
Our view is that we don't think you should sunset it, but if you feel you need that clause to pass it with the Assembly, we need it for budget this year, so pragmatism may overcome my own idea of what is the best power to give to the mayor.
Well, you know, we have the opinion that there's risk associated with wage adjustments after the year. You often don't know what you're going to face in a year at the beginning of a year. You may have to do this, or, you know, nobody wants to do it, but you may have to do it again. So why would you go to all the trouble of passing and then just take it off the books on December 31?
That's a question.
I mean, I want to know the argument for doing it.
The argument for sunsetting, I think you'd have to ask Mr. Flynn. It's that to reassure the employees that this is a one-time deal and that you're going to have to come back to the Assembly and convince the Assembly again that the administration really needs this authority in the future.
Right.
And my response to that in terms of, other than the arguments that I think you have summarized with great detail, is we have a strong mayor form of government, and this is something that I believe, as a matter of policy, should rest with the mayor. If the mayor exercises it unwisely, that's for the public to judge.
Okay. And then I would just note one other thing. We learned after the first of the year of about a $12.5 million payment that's going to be due to one of our retirement funds in 2010. So the idea of just having simply lost some income money over the course of 2008 and that we didn't have a real shortfall in our budget, I think is not a good line of reasoning, and it doesn't look as if we're going to be in substantially better shape in 2010. Thank you.
There are now 9 people in the queue. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would really like to thank the administration. In light of our budget shortfall, I think this is really some creative budgeting, and it kind of reminds me back several years ago when I had a personal budget shortfall, and I thought what I was about to do was creative budgeting, and what I did was I took one credit card and made the other payment, and I did that a couple of times. I guess what I found out, it did not work. And I'm saying all that to say, because this ordinance and the way that it's presented right now this evening, it's not going to work. There are a lot of issues with it. I won't spend a whole bunch of time going over what Mr. Gutierrez said and what some of the employees said in the audience, but there are a lot of issues. And one of the big issues for me is the fact that there is no sunset clause. This ordinance is in perpetuity, really. It really is. And another thing, why are we doing this? If it is supposed to be a one-time thing. Why are we even doing this by ordinance? Why are we making this law? Why don't we just do it by resolution and revisit it again, for starters? But I really firmly believe that we either need to make some changes tonight if we possibly can, and if we can't do it without wasting a lot of people's time, let's have a work session and talk with our employees and get some ideas from them and see how we can do this better so that it'll work better for all of us. And guarantee you, everybody's not going to be happy, but maybe we'll be able to come to some type of consensus so that we can move on, because this is really getting old. All of it is. It really is getting old, and I like to see us move on and focus on why we're really here, to serve the people in this community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes, I have a series of questions. And first, I'd just like to start out with a comment that this just feels very clumsy. It doesn't feel like a very elegant solution in the light of the fact that what we're really asking people to do is to take a 6% cut over the next 6 months, because if we were going to do this, we probably should have done it in February. And so I'm really, I'm sympathetic that, and we're talking about some people who may have, maybe high salaries, and some people who don't make a lot, and this is a significant impact. So I asked Ms. Whittleton, I think this week at some point, why we couldn't spread this out over a 6-month period. In other words, even if we were going to do a furlough, why couldn't a year's time? Because we actually, what do we have? We got $5 million from the governor last week at our last assembly meeting. We talked about it, and it's actually it's set aside, recognizing that we're going to need it next year. But what we could do right now is we could borrow against that and spread this loss out over a year's period. So I'm just looking for a way to not kind of hit one bargaining unit or one group of people more significantly than others. So could you address that, Ms. Whittleton?
Through the chair, Ms. Selcraig, the impact of taking the number of hours of leave without pay, and instead of requiring them to be used by 12/31/09, requiring them to be used by June 30th, 2010,
yes,
would be that the budgeted savings for non-reps achieved would be half of what we expected when we balanced the budget.
Right, but if we assumed that we were borrowing that again from the money that we have in reserves, and basically they would be then paying it back next year, wouldn't we be awash?
Through the chair, at the end of June 30th, 2010, assuming the next administration wouldn't have anticipated doing something else to balance the other problem discussed today, and this would preclude them from doing that, the answer to your question is yes.
Well, the thing that's such a mystery here is that we're really saying we want to do this over 6 months, but actually we may be just back around the corner and we're going to want to do it again. And I think that there is a difference in terms of the experience for the employee compared to the agreements we have with the unions. The unions actually are recovering some of their loss in the far out years. There's some future. There's kind of a constrained set of outcomes that people understand that they're engaging with. The way that this is drafted, it's pretty much a mystery what could unroll next year for the bargaining for this group of people. I know they're not a bargaining unit, but for the non-reps. So I'm uncomfortable with it. It just doesn't seem like a very. I think that there probably is a better way to deal with this, and I do think that the non-reps are in the sea with everyone else, and there is a cut that has to be made. It just doesn't seem to me that this is a very good way to go about it. The other thing is that I am interested in these other issues, things like overtime, and how much we're spending on overtime, and is it possible to reduce, some costs there, and is that factored into it, and are we aggressively addressing that as well in this process?
Through the chair, I'd like to answer that question.
Thank you.
One of the issues that was raised via email earlier this week was, just make all non-reps not subject to overtime. And I believe that that proposal would have a very disparate impact on the segment of non-reps that currently work a lot of overtime, because many non-reps don't work any. Some non-reps work a little, and there are some non-reps that work a lot. So if you were a non-rep that worked a lot, and all of a sudden you were no longer eligible for overtime pay, you would either achieve a huge wage per hour cut, or you would no longer be willing to work overtime. But we are aggressively managing overtime due to the budget scalebacks that have occurred in 2009. No director wants to see overtime on his or her budget unless there's no other alternative.
All right, and another question. I'm sorry, I have a series. I got to go after listening to everyone else, so I have a series of questions. How, when you pencil this out, how does this in fact compare to the other bargaining units? It seems to me in the other bargaining units there's these recovery years implied, and is there any indication here? I mean, I know you made an effort to address that, but it didn't seem very clear to me that, mostly because there is no sunset clause on this, and basically what can happen, it seems to me, is that we can be back here next year and the next year and the next year. And I'm just wondering how there's a balance.
Sure, and I can comment on
Thank
that.
you.
For the bargaining groups that have agreed to wage rollbacks, that essentially turns into a permanent rollback with some opportunity for earning some of that back in out years. The adjustment that we're proposing or the opportunity for an adjustment that we're proposing here in this ordinance does not affect the wages of the employees. We're asking them, yes, to earn less money during the course of the year, but to work less hours for that wage. So it will not have a permanent impact on them. And as a result, in future years, whatever the wage doesn't change. And so whereas fire and potentially the Teamsters have seen essentially a permanent change in their base wage.
But aren't we in the position next year of both the fire and Teamsters are going to come back, and there is going to be there's a raise negotiated into their existing contract for next year?
In 2010?
In 2010.
No. Well,
yes, there is.
They have a bargain wage.
Yeah, they have a bargain wage increase. This group of people don't have a bargain wage increase. So we are actually in the position next year, January 1, to not give them that bargained wage increase and basically position them so that they're in a similar position as those other units. I mean, we could spread this over a year. We could spread these reductions over a year, and we could not give them a raise next year, and we would be very close to a similar contract in terms in similar deal as we have with other people. This is just, to me, extraordinarily clumsy. And it really is clumsy because it's late. It's clumsy because, we knew February 1, I was walking around saying 3%, and this should have been done by the end of February if we were going to have people be furloughed. And it's just, to me, it's 6% of your salary is too much to ask people to take. A 3% cut is reasonable. So, I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you, you've got to take a cut. I don't think this is the way to do it. I really think it needs to be revised. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of my questions have been answered and some of them have not. It's my understanding that executive pay was reduced almost as soon as administration knew we had a problem. Can somebody tell me when that was, please, and what the amount of reduction was?
Approximately 30 executive salaries were reduced in mid-February. The remaining executives, about another 125, were reduced a month ago. So all executives have now had their compensation for 2009 adjusted downwards by 3%.
Okay, so a month ago still gives, that isn't quite 3/4 of a year, I don't think. I understand that the budgeted reduction requires 56 hours of furlough from the non-reps. And I understand that this is a management tool that allows the administration to use it or not to use it, as the case may be. I am having a hard time, as a previous speaker also mentioned, I don't understand how furloughing employees in the revenue units will help our general government budget issue. I'd like an explanation of how that's going to work, or if it is your plan to just have that as an option if necessary.
Through the chair, Ms. Drummond, I volunteer to answer that question.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Ms. Weddleton. If you,
I'll try to speak up. Thank you. The issue of whether or not utilities and enterprise funds like the port and solid waste should be included in this comes up again and again. And let me speak to AWW first. AWW asked the Regulatory Commission of Alaska to have its dividend restriction be lifted, and we budgeted for a dividend in 2009. The RCA rejected that quite recently without prejudice and said, hey, MUSA is too big of an issue. We don't want to deal with it until that issue is resolved. And as we all know, on Friday morning, we received an order from the Supreme Court of Alaska that was very favorable to the municipality. So at this point, it would behoove us to go back to the RCA and ask again that the dividend restriction be lifted. And if the RCA is willing to listen to this again, one of the things they might do is take a look at AWW's profitability. Well, AWW, just like general government, incurred significant investment losses in 2008, as did ML&P. The reason why I know that is because we all commingle our investments. So the investment losses we incurred were spread all around. And let me remind this group that we are still cautiously optimistic that the remaining collective bargaining groups will come forward with concessions. If non-reps aren't required to give a concession and other collective bargaining groups are no longer willing to come forward themselves, the impact to general government will be extraordinary.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr, I want to remind you about the time. There's still 7 people now in queue. Mr. Starr.
Thank you. It's an important topic. And I'm going to ask two people the question on this. After I ask Mr. Reeves, I know you don't like to be put on the spot, but the mechanism that took away our ability to roll it back, if you will, was when we gave the first week's pay period in January. Then we lost our opportunity to roll back. Is that what the legal question really goes to?
Yes, Mr. Starr, through the chair. As I understand the argument of those who would contend that it's illegal,
okay,
we have a contract with each non-rep employee, which includes the expectation that the pay, the level of pay, the level of compensation that's being paid can be relied upon until it is either increased or reduced pursuant to the annual performance evaluation. And so I know there are non-reps who would contend that it's a breach of contract to reduce the pay unless it's done pursuant to the normal annual procedure. Now, as I said before, I don't want to endorse that because I don't want to paint the municipality into a corner on that. We might very well defend a pay cut if the assembly were to require one. But I think there's an element of risk. There's potential of litigation, and on balance, comparing that to the alternative of a furlough program that accomplishes the same savings but doesn't require the employee to come to work and warm a seat, and work.
I get it. Thanks.
Ms.
Weddleton, did you advise Mr. Clayman to not give the increase, to not let that January 17th pay increase go through?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't think I advised him not to give the non-rep increase. And let me explain my answer. And it goes back to some of the testimony that you've heard tonight, which is that historically, AMEA and non-rep wage increases have generally moved in lockstep, though I agree with some of the comments that, that there have been slips. For instance, the AMEA collective bargaining group received a signing bonus recently when its contract was approved, and the non-reps didn't. So therefore, I think it would have been illogical for me to have said to Acting Mayor Clayman, don't give the non-reps an increase if I knew that the AMEA contract was going to give them an increase.
I guess it was more of the fiscal health of the city at the time. We were talking, you claim on the record several times that we were advised in October and November and then December that we had a shortfall. So a revenue stream an expense item that has just, really no union restrictions or no contractual obligations or something would be fair to advise that saying, hey, you're about to increase the salaries that we may not be able to undo them. I guess I wanted to know if you had that, did you give them that advice? Well, I guess the next question is to Mr. Clayman. That's where I'm going, so I'd like to know. I mean, did we give him some fiscal advice that says don't do this because we can't undo it, and this is the ramifications of our fiscal condition?
Mr. Starr, I was listening to your question. I think you're...
Well, I'm going to ask you next. I just want to...
Well, I'll answer the question because I was talking with Ms. Weddleton, and she and I are in agreement. The premise of your question, which was that I gave the non-reps the increase after I was sworn in as acting mayor on January 3rd, the non-rep increase took effect January 1st under the authority of Mayor Begich.
Well, it was the first pay period authorized, however, though, and that was sometime after you were sworn in, so I guess that's the question.
Well, I think the administrative action in which the raise was authorized took place before I took office, and so I would have still been taking back what had been authorized after it had been authorized.
Well, it bears some of the responsibility for the decision-making on our ability to do a rollback and do it as early as possible. It was given away when we let that first pay period go through. So I don't want to hash out where we were at.
Sorry, I just don't agree with you that the analysis after the raise had been given, I don't believe I had...
You had the opportunity to not authorize the raise and you let it go through.
I don't agree with that analysis, Mr.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Butch.
Thank you. I'll try to be succinct and brief if this has lingered probably too long. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of our municipal employees. It's clear that we have a lot of very qualified, very capable employees working for the city, and I want to thank each and every one of you not only for being here tonight, but for doing what you do for the city. But make no mistake, the reason we're here tonight is that around the first month of the year, a number of labor contracts were approved that this city could not afford. They're approved on narrow 6-5 margins with the concerns voiced. Many we've heard them repeated over the year. But about financing and support. But those contracts have added between $30 and $40 million of additional burden. Now, 80% of the cost of our city government is basically labor. So something has to give. So contrary to some of the testimony or some of the comments from my fellow assembly members, I actually think the mayor did a reasonable job here. I think this ordinance does a responsible effort of trying to mitigate the imbalance that we have between revenues and expenditures. I don't support a sunset provision. I think that's, it seems to me that we've got 5-year agreements pushing out over the next, which is just nuts with built-in increments in those agreements. But I think what we have here is a good effort. And I think that we have, again, we charted the course for this action this evening in January when we approved labor agreements for the bulk of our employees that exceeded our ability to pay for them. Thank you.
Ms. Arnold, and I want to remind the body, or tell the body, there are 6 items on the agenda that must pass tonight, or must at least discuss.
I will be succinct, and I'm responding to a point that Mr. Gutierrez made first, and then one that Ms. Selcraig made. First of all, Mr. Gutierrez, I wanted to clarify the notice. The notice that the mayor is required to give we can't require any furlough within 1 week of notice. There are also in the code on page 2, line 47, there is a limitation of 10 hours per pay period that any employee would be mandatorily required to take. So with 1 week notice, worst case scenario is an employee would be required to take 10 hours. It wouldn't be the full 40 hours in a pay period or 62 in a pay period. There is that protection, and we actually put that there for the employee's benefit, understanding that they need their money in order to support their living. So I did want to provide clarification on that. The second point that I would like to clarify, and the last point, is a point that Dr. Selcraig made. Dr. Selcraig did point out that this does seem at face value that it is a significant amount of leave that we are asking employees to take for the year 2009. If the full 62 hours were implemented, we're talking at most 2 hours in a week that we would be asking employees to do this. If less, such as the 57 hours, was exercised, we're talking 1.8 hours per week that we would be asking employees to take. It's not the full 62 hours. It is incrementally. And I will say I spoke with many supervisors that are willing and wanting to work with employees to make this work for the employee and for their organization.
This is your second time, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And that's a good segue, because I appreciate the efforts, Ms. Arnold, that you put into the notice issue. It's not enough. And I do realize that it says not less than 1 week's notice, so conceivably there could be more. It's not enough. It still just is not enough. One point that I neglected to make with regard to the enterprise activities and the utilities, I'm still dubious as to whether we're going to see any benefit to general government from furloughing those employees. There will be an impact. There will be an impact that's felt citywide, because those employees aren't going to be spending money in the grocery stores. They're not going to be spending money shopping for clothes, et cetera, et cetera. So there will be an impact, sure enough. Why do we need a sunset? I think it's pretty clear from my perspective why we need a sunset. We have an immediate fiscal crisis. We got a problem right now. Last year, this time, we didn't have this problem. 2 years from now, we may not have this problem. We might, but we may not be in the same boat. I cannot possibly support putting in a permanent solution to what is a temporary problem. I don't think that's very wise. I think that it unfairly burdens one segment of our workforce. We're very fortunate that some of the bargaining units gave us concessions and gave us some significant concessions. There's nothing to say that once this fiscal crisis is passed, when those contracts are up, that in the future they may not be able to negotiate those concessions back and get them back. Non-reps don't have that ability. Right? If we do this without a sunset clause, it's forever, and they don't have any recourse. I'm curious, and Mr. Reeves, maybe you can educate me. I'm curious as to something you said about why we couldn't simply roll back the 3% increase. And you used the phrase outside the normal annual procedure in reducing employees' pay. Could the argument not be made that this is reducing their annual pay outside the normal annual procedure?
Mr. Gutierrez, through the chair. Yes, I suppose it could be, but I think that the expectations of employees are significantly different when it comes to pay level and the terms and conditions of work, including the hours. The code already allows the mayor or the department manager to require leave with pay or without pay under various circumstances. The expectations are not the same, and so I think the analysis of what the contract rights are would be different.
So you would expect that if we face a legal challenge over this, that we're on much stronger footing than had we simply rolled back the 3% increase?
My judgment is that we're probably on stronger grounds. I don't think we have significant legal risk with this. I think we have some risk with the alternative. Some risk.
Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I think Mr. Abbott already answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear. As of January 1st, 2009, these employees will still receive their salaries at what they are today. So they will have still had the 3% increase. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, I'll answer that question. Yes, these employees' hourly wages will remain completely unchanged by this. So come January 1st, 2010, they will enter that year at a higher wage than, say, a firefighter who's going to earn 3% less during all of 2010.
And even if this unit of employees is tied with AMEA, and AMEA, if there's in the negotiations where they actually have a decrease in wage or their 3% is rolled back, it will not affect these employees?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, the municipality has the option to discontinue its practice of treating the two groups in lockstep.
Okay. My one last question is, non-reps and executives are the only two groups of employees that don't require the assembly to weigh in on their salaries and benefits. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, that is correct. There's no approval process in code for increases to non-reps or execs, while there is for collective bargaining agreements.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
I have my amendment ready, Madam Chair. I'll wait until you're done. Sure.
Well, there's four people in the queue. I do have her, but you talked to me first, so I was going to.
All right. I apologize that not everybody has a hard copy of this. Apparently the printer broke or something. Technology. But it reads, and the clerk has a copy, Section 3, page 4, page 4, insert a new Section 3 at line 3. This ordinance shall sunset and be automatically repealed without any action of the Assembly on December 31, 2010. So only be available to the administration for a year and a half. Yeah, that's my motion. I already pressed the button.
Second.
That's before us. I'm going to ignore the queue for a moment, but I don't want to erase it because some of you have been waiting a very long time. So if you could raise your hand if you want to speak to the amendment. Dr. Selcraig and then Mr. Gutierrez.
The problem with this amendment is that I'm also drafting an amendment which would allow us to recover the same amount of money over a year's period, basically by reducing the hours to 61 in a 6-month period, which would mean 31 rather in a 6-month period, which would mean that we would want to extend this until June 1st of next year. So
the sunset clause was for December 31 of 2010.
10. Okay,
I don't believe my amendment's exclusive of what you want to do, Madam.
Okay, thank you. December. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Anyone else on the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment? There is objection? All right. I'm going to put it on the board. This is voting for the amendment to do the sunset.
To add a sunset.
To add a sunset of December 10.
December 31.
You want to read it again?
2010.
Here, the clerk, you want to read, Madam Clerk, since you have the official copy?
Okay.
It's real easy. Jesus.
On page 4, line 3, insert a new section 3. This ordinance shall sunset and be automatically repealed without any action of the Assembly on December 31st, 2010.
All right. Please vote. And that passes. All right. Now I'm going to go back to the queue that was in front of me before this, and that's Mr. Coffey and then Mr. Jackson.
Folks, I just wanted to, just so we have the information in front of us, I did a little math. What this amounts to for, if you do the 56 hours, and there's slightly more than 600 non-reps, you're talking about roughly $2,000 in salary that's coming back. And if you do it effective, say, June 1, you're talking $275 per employee per month. I don't know what the average compensation is, but if, say, $300 is 3%, then the compensation is $100,000 a year, so you're taking 3% back. So if you're doing $275, the compensation is probably in the range of $95,000 a year. But I think it was important for me to understand the order of magnitude of what it is we're doing if we adopt this reduction of 56 hours and the furlough. So I thought I would bring it to all of your attentions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need some clarification from Mr. Reeves, if possible. Did I hear you say that right now the code allows the administration to require leave without pay?
Ms. Gray-Jackson, through the chair, I don't have the code in front of me, but as I recall, the section that is addressed in this has 5 subsections which describe 5 different kinds of leave, including, among others, I recall, something called programmed leave, which would be an example of leave that is already a part of the well-understood terms and conditions of employment.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Reeves. I have the code in front of me. And the first paragraph, I'll read it really quick, Madam Chair, okay? It says, leave without pay may take any of the forms stated in this section and may be granted by the director upon request by the employee, recommendation of the agency head, and upon consideration of the particular needs of the employee and the agency, da-da-da-da-da. When I was a municipal employee, I was always understanding that if I wanted to take leave without pay, I needed to get, it was my choice, not required by the administration, and that I just needed to get my department director's approval to do that. And to me, my understanding of what I just read is what this means. So what we're requiring now with this new ordinance is just that. It's a requirement. I like the idea that there's a sunset clause, though I would have preferred 2009. But I also have issues with several other parts of the ordinance, and in particular, number 11, where if you decide that you can't take it anymore and you're leaving, you got to give up 62 hours before you're let out of jail. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say jail. Before you let go is what I meant. And so, and I have a real issue with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, Madam Chair, may I respond to that?
No, could you just hold?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. I put you can get in queue. How's that? But there are people who are still waiting. Dr. Selcraig is next.
I'd like to propose an amendment on page 2, line 16. And the sentence reads, the amount of furlough leave without pay shall be determined on an annual basis and shall not exceed 62 hours in a calendar year. I'd like to change it to read, shall not exceed 31 hours in a 6-month period.
Second.
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, what this allows is this allows us to basically get half of this money this year and the other half of this money next year. And we have a fund balance that we can use in this year's budget that can be replenished by what we gain in next year's budget. In other words, what we're doing right now is assuming that next year we will continue with the leave without pay for a 6-month period, and it's the same amount of money, it's just not as big of hit in people's paychecks. And we're in the position to be able to do that, and it seems to me we're obligated to do that mostly because we should have made these kinds of decisions early in the year. It was the most responsible thing to do. And to have the employees have to bear a larger cost because we didn't have our act together doesn't seem appropriate. And this just seems, it'll work. It won't cost us any more money. And I guess I'd like to hear from Ms. Whittleton if she has any objections.
Before you respond, I don't want, yes, you were seconded. Okay. I don't want to disturb this queue that's sort of gathering dust. It's been here so long. So if you want to speak, could you raise your hand? And I'm going to ask Ms. Weddleton to speak first, and then Mr. Coffey. Go ahead.
Through the chair, Ms. Selcraig, your amendment conceptually at the end of June 30th, 2010, would leave the municipality in approximately the same position with two assumptions. The first assumption is that the next administration would repeat 31 hours of leave without pay effective January 1, 2010. And the second assumption is that the administration would not have needed any other type of concession from this group of employees in that calendar year.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, you're next on this.
First, Ms. Weddleton, if that's the case, then they can come back to us for some change, as we had to do this year with this change. So I don't mind that. I want everybody to understand, I don't think $3,000 or $300 a month is anything but a burden on the people that have to bear it. But I've always said throughout this process, we've got to all share the pain. What Ms. Selcraig proposes spreads it out. I just want you to know this. If we're in the 62-hour or 31-hour deal, the enterprise activities will have to bear about $225,000 of that cost all by themselves this year. The other $630,000 of it will be what we will have to come up with over and above what was anticipated before. So in other words, in 09, rather than getting the reductions that are budgeted, we'll have a reduction of roughly $600,000 this year, which we will have to incrementally supplement either through fund balances, attrition, or whatever. I have the floor, Ms. Selcraig. Let me finish, please. And then next year, the $600,000 can be accounted for in the 210 budget, where we will have to appropriate less because it's provided for already in next year's budget. So I agree with Ms. Weddleton that we will roughly be in the same position on this issue a year from now, although it will cost us more this year and less next year. And understand that the enterprise activities are going to have to figure out on their own how to do it because of the way that this situation is set up. But I guess that's going to be their problem. And then one other thing, what I'm asking Ms. Selcraig is this. Would you make it effective 1 July and June 30 of next year, as opposed to June 1 and May 31? And I don't know which is better, but there you have it, 6 months and 6 months. Thank you.
Could I just make sure I understand the amendment, Dr. Selcraig? Yeah. You stated that you wanted to amend line number 3 that says a maximum amount of required furlough without pay. You wanted it to read, shall not exceed 31 hours in a 6-month period. Is that correct?
Instead of a calendar year.
Okay, got it. All right. Does anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Seeing no one, please vote on the...
I would like to accept Mr. Coffey's recommendation and change the dates. Can I?
You have to, otherwise you're going to be skipping a month in the middle. You can't
well, at this point, the original motion had no dates. So the simplest way would be just to deal with this one and then deal with another one.
Okay.
So I would prefer that. On the amendment, Mr. Birch?
On the amendment, I know in the past we get all tangled up when we start changing the title of the ordinance. And in this case, the title of the ordinance involves up to 62 hours of mandatory non-represented employee general furlough. I guess my question is, perhaps a legal question, is that a substantial change in the title? Does that take us back to doing this all over again? I don't know. But I know in the past when we've public noticed and change a title significantly that impacts.
My understanding is we can be less restrictive. We cannot be more restrictive. Mr. Reeves, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Anything else, Mr. Birch? All right. On the amendment, anyone else? Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Drummond on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that a time period change is necessary, and let me explain why. if the amendment on the floor before us is 31 hours in a 6-month period, then I believe that this will allow the administration to make a pro rata furlough request in the remaining period of time between now and June 30th, which I think they need to make their budget work. Please correct me if I am wrong, but I don't think it will help to change the time period in which we're applying this. This is a management tool that speaks generally to how to handle furloughs, and limiting it in time is just going to make it more difficult for the administration to manage their way through this issue. I agree that 31 hours in a 6-month period will allow that, and then assuming that everything is prorated, and please administration correct me if I'm wrong, that will allow some small piece of furlough to happen between now and the 30th of June.
Could someone respond? Could someone respond?
Through the chair, that's correct. Conceivably, a 6-month portion could be implemented and then an additional small sliver at the end of December to start the next 6-month clock ticking.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else on this amendment? Seeing no one, please vote on the amendment, Dr. Selkirk's amendment. That passes. We're now back to the main motion as amended. I'm going to ask, if we don't finish by 10 o'clock, that we reorder the agenda and deal with some necessary items.
Madam Chair, point of order, we have to finish significantly sooner than that. We started debate at 10 minutes till 9. We are by code only, or by charter only allowed to debate for an hour.
Could the attorneys find me that site, please, while we're continuing this?
I can show it to you.
Okay, that would be helpful to see that. There are 5 people in queue. Ms. Arnold, you're next.
I'll pass.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to bring this issue up again. Number 11, charges for untaken furlough leave. I really have an issue with that. And I'd like to delete it in its entirety, but I would be happy with, and I haven't figured out the motion yet, just putting some type of years of service in there, because you have an employee who's worked for the municipality for 20 years and decides that he or she is going to leave, and then they have to give up they get a PIN, okay, and then they have to give up 62 hours of leave, and that just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't. So I think I'll make a motion to delete it in its entirety. I'll try that first. I move to delete. Excuse me?
You have the floor, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to delete on page 3 or 4, item number 11 in its entirety.
Second.
Thank you.
Anyone like to speak to the Ms. Drummond seconded. Would you like to speak further to that, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've said enough.
All right. Is there debate on that?
Madam Chair, I would actually ask if you allow Ms. Arnold to speak to that issue. She was going to talk to that earlier. You had not wanted her to. Then she took her step out of the queue. In the interest of time, I would actually ask it to be heard on this.
And I do want to, I checked on the code section. We must finish this by 10 till, or it takes a majority vote of this body to continue longer. So go ahead, Ms. Arnold.
Okay. To clarify number 11 on line 36, if you see the last line, it says on a prorated basis. So if an employee retires on December 31st and they have not taken any furlough leave, which is highly unlikely because supervisors will be managing it, they would be required to take the full 62 hours. If an employee retires 4 weeks after this furlough leave goes into place, assuming that there are 31 weeks, the employee would be required to take 4 hours, 2 hours per week, prorated. So if an employee leaves early, they're not going to be required to take the full 62 hours. It will be prorated on a week-by-week basis.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, can I respond? Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa, thank you for that explanation, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but my understanding is that when you separate from employment, okay, and you're unable to take the required furlough leave, the untaken leave shall be charged against your cashable leave. So in other words, if you have 100 hours of leave, which when you leave employment, that's your leave that you get to take with you, that 62 hours of that leave you have to give up to the municipality. And if I'm not correct, please correct me.
Again, assuming that you leave 4 weeks after this is implemented, you would only be required to do it on a prorated basis. If you take the 62 hours, divide it by the number of weeks left in the year, it averages out to 2 hours. So they would be required to take 8 hours, not 62.
All right. Any further debate on this amendment for Ms. Gray Jackson? Seeing none, does anyone need it restated? Seeing none, please vote on her amendment. To delete paragraph, I'm sorry, what paragraph was it, Ms. Gray Jackson? 11? Thank you. Please vote.
Mr. Coffey?
That failed. All right, at this point, we need to be done in about 4 minutes, which we could only do if we voted right now. So I need a motion to continue past an hour.
Move to continue this matter till 10 o'clock.
Second.
Is there objection to continuing past 10 o'clock?
No, two 10 o'clock.
To 10 o'clock, pardon me.
Minutes.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, that's approved. We can continue. All right.
Okay.
Now, I'm back. I have a queue of 5 people. And I'm assuming, Ms. Gray Jackson, did you want to speak again on the main motion?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Mr. Birch, you are next. Thank you. Mr. Clayman.
I just want to note this, so the amendment that was approved by moved by Dr. Selcraig, I'm not sure that under the authority I can move for reconsideration. I just want to note that if that means that the Assembly is going to need to appropriate another $600,000 to different departments to pay for this. And the second part is in terms of the overtime management, or not the leave without pay. I know in our discussions there have been departments, for example, maintenance and operations, in which our target was to have them take a week during the July 4th week when folks were typically a lot of people off, and another week during moose season. And our ability to do that is dramatically limited by just this amendment. So I would ask somebody that voted in favor to move to reconsider, because I really think the second part of it is you got to basically start increasing the budget and moving away from the very budget compromise that had full support of this body.
Mr. Coffey, you are next.
Well, you heard me.
No, I didn't, sir.
Okay, well, they did. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. Clayman. I wish you would have brought that topic up a moment ago. What we were attempting to do and trying to do with the amendment was to spread the burden out over a longer period of time. I guess the theory being that we should have done this in February or could have done it in February and make it a lot easier. Now what we have to do, according to the mayor, is bring a budget amendment for whatever the amount is. It's roughly $600,000, as I indicated earlier. Because if we don't appropriate, then they're going to have to find some other way to get to $600,000. So my question for the administration is, if we don't appropriate, how would you get there?
We'll reduce spending by that amount. I mean, it's different amounts in different budgets.
The reason that I ask is because I think what Ms. Selcraig, and I don't want to presume too much, was thinking was that we have funds based on that additional money that we received from the government, the $8.6 million, $3 million for tax relief, $5.6 went in, that we could appropriate that now, I guess, and then not have to appropriate $600,000 when we did 2010. And those who've spent more time on the budget than I, is that correct analysis, Ms. Jackson, you think? And if I might, Madam Chair.
You want Ms. Jackson specifically?
Yeah, well,
first off, it's Gray Jackson. But that's okay.
It's late at night. I'm LV, help.
I think that Dr. Selcraig has the right idea, but I need to, before I can really give an opinion on it, I need to give it some thought. But thank you for asking.
All right, well then, may I ask the administration?
Ms. Whittleton.
Ms. Weddleton?
Go ahead.
Would you repeat your question, sir?
Forget the exact number, 600 and change. Do we have to appropriate that, or do we want to allow the year to sort of pass through, and then we'll deal with it subsequently? Either through fund balance reductions or what?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I would not recommend ignoring this problem until the end of the year and then doing a supplemental appropriation, let's say, in December.
Okay.
For several reasons. Number one, the municipality is facing an unusual circumstance this year in that its fund balance is historically low. So we're going to have problems fund-certing items until this issue is resolved one way or another. So my recommendation would be, if this recent action is not overturned upon reconsideration, that a budget supplemental appropriation be approved.
All right, so then what's the recommendation of the administration? That it be overturned on reconsideration?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond, but before, if you don't mind, Ms. Drummond, there are people in the audience that have been waiting to speak on the Chapter 7, Title 21. We only have an hour, and we've got at least 6 items that must be done. I'm going to suggest to you that you might want to go home, and we'll deal with it next time.
Would you like a motion, Madam Chair, to postpone, continue the public hearing till the 26th?
I'm just announcing that's the intent. So go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. I have a very clear memory of where Dr. Selcraig is finding the money to do this, so to speak. The $8.6 million that we got from the state in fiscal stabilization funds, she made the motion during our discussion on the budget revisions and setting the mill rate to reduce the amount that we were putting in this year's budget from $4 million to $3 million. There's the $1 million right there. And I suggest to Dr. Selcraig to suggest that appropriation in the right way, if that's what you want to accomplish. I know where the money is coming from, and the rest of it was directed to fund balance for next year. So I'm real clear on where that money is coming from.
Dr. Selcraig, you're next in queue.
I guess I'm a little confused by the administration, because basically what we have set aside is a fund balance for next year, and we won't need that money until next year, and we will need it over next year for a variety of items that we will be engaged in spending. So what we're doing right now is we're spreading this cost out, and we're going to be repaid next year. So anything that we would actually bring forward now, if the $600,000 was brought forward now, we would be repaying it next year. It's not like we're going to be using all of our money up for next year on the 1st of January, or the 1st of the January 1. And my sense is that we should. I can come back at the next meeting with an ordinance to take the actions needed. And I think that it's correct to do it up front. I would like to point out that the administration wanted us to spend an additional $1 million at our last meeting, basically in this year's budget. I mean, you were ready to take an additional $1 million, and that we actually. Pardon?
Let me. Are you finished, Dr. Selcraig?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Whittleton was speaking.
Yeah.
All right. There's 2 features. The first is that in our recommended budget, which was consistent with the communication I made to Governor Palin, that if the governor appropriated the $8.6 million, or accepted the $8.76 million in stimulus dollars, that I would recommend to the Assembly, which is exactly what I did, that half of that would go to property tax relief. And as a function of amendments by this body, that amount for property tax relief was reduced from 4.3 to 2.9 million, which means the stimulus dollars that were recovered, or that are still haven't been allocated anything, are approximately $5.9 million. I'm sorry, $5.7 million. I'm getting my math wrong. one of the topics that was discussed was, should all of that revenue sharing be put for 2010 to deal with at 8.6? It doesn't even come up to the $10 million or more that we're going to have to deal with police and fire matters. And it is my view that there are a number of budget programs I would like to have funded with the budget, but in the process of the compromise that we worked out with the Assembly and was supported unanimous with the Assembly, I believe it was certainly the administration's intent. I can't speak for the intent of anyone on the Assembly, but it was the administration's intent that it would be our priority to keep that 5.7 and keep it in savings to address the budget challenges that I think all are in agreement, and Ms. Weldon, I think, is at the top of that list, believe we will need to address in 2010. And so the Assembly, if it wants to, can start 2 weeks after we approve the budget, start frittering away at that $5.6 million and say, well, here's something I'd like, here's something else I'd like. And I frankly can think of a lot of programs that I would like to fund. But I believe, as the mayor today, I made the commitment to try to keep that money in fund balance and use it for 2010. And so I don't support every time we're a little short, let's go nickel and dime away at that. And I don't support this, and that's, Ms. Weldon may add more, but I just think it's the wrong policy to follow at this point.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig, I realize that you still want to ask more questions, but there are 7 people in queue. Would you mind holding for just a moment?
I just want to point out that I don't think that was a correct characterization of what we're doing. That's all.
Would you like then Ms. Whittleton to speak, or can we go
No,
on the queue?
I think Ms. Whittleton already explained that it was a zero loss by next year. So I think that.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
I think we need to move this along. The first order of business would be we can't spend this money twice. The money that came from the state legislature was supposed to go to property tax relief, so you can't put it to property tax relief. And as I remember, the discussion was it was going to be for property tax relief next year. So that point is still in my mind. It's not just to go into the spending kitty. Second item is I would move to reconsider the vote on the 31 hours. I believe I was on the prevailing side. If I can get a second.
Second. Could you punch in, Mr. Birch?
Well, if it lights up here.
Oh, we can't do it. Okay, never mind.
Okay. And the reason for that, I think it was pointed out earlier, is that 31 hours in a 6-month period is it's less than a week. It is unreasonably constrains the administration. It says up to 62 hours, which gives some latitude there, and it can be prorated. So encourage reconsideration and going back to the 62 hours.
All right. The item is before us for reconsideration. If you are in favor of reconsidering the item, is there objection to reconsidering the item? Okay, then I'm going to put on the board. If you are in favor of reconsidering the
Can I speak to the motion?
Just a moment. The second was Mr. Coffey.
That's what I thought.
All right. You want to speak in favor of reconsideration,
Yes,
Mr. Coffey?
regard the motion. Here's what I've been talking to the administration. One of the concerns now is what's the effect of this on other unions and their offers to us? I would ask, if I might, Madam Chair, what does the mayor have to say about that? Please. What is the effect on, we've got AMEA and APDEA. In your judgment, what's the consequence of this action?
Madam Chair, we have 2 minutes.
I think it hinders our ability to negotiate concessions from AMEA and APDEA. I think that it shows the Assembly being unwilling to support the budget compromise that we've already voted on.
All right. I'm going to quickly, Mr. Coffey, I'm going to recognize.
15 more minutes on this item. Second.
Any objection?
What?
No, I tried to get the door closed because the guard was to watch the door.
Okay. There is a move, and who seconded the extension?
Bill.
Mr. Starr. Is there objection to extending this discussion for 15 minutes? All right. I'm going to put on the board. Do you agree with extending for 15 minutes?
Let's go, quick.
Voting on the wrong thing, but go ahead.
He's only
Well,
one
I
objection.
can't.
What the hell do we have to
Do you want to wait?
No, go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Please vote.
Mr. Flynn, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Extending for 15 minutes, yes or no? Please vote. Do we need an oral vote?
Nope, got it.
What?
Yes.
Okay, so that's approved. So now we're back to the reconsideration. Mr. Coffey?
Well, I asked the question of the administration about the effect on other contracts. You heard them. So, and the other, unintended. I wish they'd have spoke up earlier. They didn't, so now we hear
Anybody else wanting to speak on reconsideration? Dr. Selkrig, on reconsideration.
I actually think that it hasn't been characterized, this amendment hasn't been characterized very well. The fact is that we will be able to repay this money back under this structure and have it available for tax relief next year. Okay. Because tax relief occurs after after June 1st.
So you're speaking against reconsideration?
Yeah, and the thing is that this was a clumsy proposal that is made better by this amendment, and I really question the administration's kind of advocacy against it.
The motion for reconsideration is before us. If you could please vote on the motion to reconsider.
Ms. Drummond?
We are voting if we should reconsider.
Ms. Drummond?
And that passes. The item is reconsidered, which means we are once again talking about the 32-hour.
You need 8 votes, Madam Chair, to reconsider, do you not? 6?
It's majority here. All right. We're back to is there any further discussion on the matter, the 32-hour one? No, we're not, sir. We've just agreed to reconsider, so now we're going to reconsider it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
We're
Coffey.
reconsidering the amendment that Ms. Selkrig advanced,
Yes.
and the question before us now that we've reconsidered is whether we want to accept or reject that amendment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate and understand the administration's concerns regarding other unions, but I want to just go back to the dollars, and I have given it some thought. And the bottom line, in my opinion, is if we do the 31 hours, by next year, in simple terms, we're going to end up with a net zero cost. It's like borrowing, and then we're going to pay it back because next year the employees are going to give up 31 hours, which is going to equal $600,000. So I just wanted to make that point, and I'm done. Thank you.
Anyone else on this particular? Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I'm not in support, and some of the administration arguments speak to that, is that the remaining balance that we can apply to that is actually sitting in our fund balance right now. And you remember we approved only a 1% safety net here. The fund balance and the remaining dollars that would be part of that $5.7 million, if we didn't have to get into it for any other reasons, would go to the fund balance, and we would have, a 1.8% cushion there on emergency spending. So, right now we're funded at 1%. If we have continued revenue shortfalls, or we have a spending problem, or some other, burden to the municipality, we're getting real close to our 1% safety net, not working for us for the rest of the year. I think we also did a balanced budget that speaks to the full amount of the 62 or somewhere near there. Just had one question. The number that you put on the SEE here with the 62, does that number come close to what we anticipated when we approved the balanced budget?
Through the chair, Mr.
Right.
Starr, the budget included a 56-hour per employee concession.
And so the 600,000 that all of a sudden spoke up to that is that we would have to make up that through other reductions or other revenues.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, in my opinion, there will be no other revenues in 2009.
I've heard that.
And I would remind this body that we've already started spending that money that we thought we had saved. Remember that we had budgeted an AWW dividend, and that when this body approved tax anticipation notes, that it did so knowing that it would be spending fund balance for the interest expense.
Well, again, with the 1%, I'm correct in that, right? We only budgeted for a 1% safety net with the expectation if we had extra dollars in that cash pool, they would go into the fund balance if they're there. And then the concept that we're going to be whole come June relies on the fact that there wouldn't be an increase in January. Then is essentially what we're saying, is that we're not going to give a 3% increase in salary January 1.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I believe the concept is that by spreading that over 6 months and measuring the position of the municipality at June 30th, 2010, we would be neutral. But as stated before by Mayor Clayman, we would require a supplemental appropriation in 2009.
To make it up in the meantime. Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else on this particular amendment? Seeing no one, please vote. This is on the 31-hour in 6 months.
Madam Chair, what's the question, please?
The question that you're voting on is on Section 3, on the maximum amount of required furlough leave, to accept the amendment that says shall not exceed 31 hours in a 6-month period.
The yes vote approves the amendment, a no vote takes it to 62?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes.
you, ma'am.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Birch?
Okay, that amendment does not pass. We're back with the main item in front of us, and there are 4 people in queue.
No.
We have a,
If we have, pardon me?
we call a question?
You can call the question, but it takes a supermajority. So,
Second.
all right, there's been a call the question, which takes a supermajority, which would be, what did we say, 8 votes?
Yeah.
Eight votes to call the question. The item is before you for calling the question. Please
Yes vote.
vote.
Is that with the sunset thing, that amendment Mr. Flynn proposed?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Osiander?
All right, the question has been called. The main item is before you as amended with the sunset.
Let's go.
So, please vote. That item passes 9-1. All right, we're going to hopefully get through some of these things fairly quickly here. The next item before us is 14C. This is to amend references to fines from the legal department, the administrative hearing officer. I'm going to suggest that this be continued to June 9th because we have a work session scheduled. You can still speak to this item now, but if you do, you cannot speak again when we actually vote on it. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. The item is before us. I'm hoping for a motion to continue.
Move to continue.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to close the public hearing. I meant to continue the public hearing until June 9th.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable.
All right, the item is continued. We're now at 14D. If you could hold it down as you exit the room, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Item 14D, AO 44, this is to amend Title 31 to clarify operations and management of the Anchorage water and wastewater utility. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Madam Chair.
Who is the second on that? Mr. Birch was the second. Discussion. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Assuming that the purpose, that what we ought to be doing right now is holding the line and doing nothing with regard to the AWWU or the ML&P boards to limit the authority of the new mayor to deal with these things, particularly ML&P as it transitions. Is there any part or aspect of this thing that creates an irreversible situation to changes in the authority? I didn't see any, but I'm not sure, so I'm asking. Mr. Primo shaking his head in the yes, ma'am.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, these are not critical, time-sensitive issues.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this was given to me as a critical issue, so I'm confused.
My apologies.
All right. It was on the list that it was a critical issue, and now it's not
Yeah.
a critical issue?
They can be
They're not meaning, I'm sorry to interpret your words, but they are not controversial issues, I think is what you meant to say.
Okay, at this point, I don't think I need to ask you a question, Mr. Primo,
Oh, I was
unless
gonna
somebody
answer
else
Mr.
does.
Coffey's question.
Mr. Coffey, you wanted to ask him a question? All right. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to put this one on the board, please. This is a vote to approve. Thank you. That is approved. Moving on, the next item is also there's a recommendation to postpone. This is AO 50. It relates to the Office of the Ombudsman. If you speak now, you will not be able to speak when this comes before us later. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this matter?
Move to continue the public hearing to the
June
9th of June.
Thank you, sir. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is continued. The next item before us is AO 173S1. This is an ordinance to reduce the cost of municipal ambulance transports assessed to patients receiving ambulance transport services from the Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak to that? Speak to us. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed, and I'm going to pass the gavel to Ms. Drummond.
Second.
Ms. Osiander, you wish to speak?
I urge support. This is correcting a long-standing problem, and if there are any questions, both Michelle Weston and I would be happy to respond.
Okay. Anyone else
Madam
wishing to be
Chair.
heard? Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, this is something that Ms. Osiander with Mr. Starr have been working on for a long time. We were waiting for Medicare, Medi-Cal, Medi-Hootie-What to come along, and they never quite did, and so this is a good thing to finally do, and there's no reason to pay a fee for a volunteer, so I urge support. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing no one, please. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item before us is 14G. This is the Anchorage Food Code, and there's been a request to defer this to our next meeting. There may be an S version. So you're certainly free to speak to it, but there's a different version coming to us, possibly. Would anyone like to speak?
Move to continue the public hearing till May 26th.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is continued. 14H, this is AR 110. This is relating to the wine house at Jewel Lake. Is
Madam
there
Chair,
anyone?
point of order. I need to declare a potential conflict.
State your conflict.
My partners in a commercial property have a financial interest in this. I do not. I have no interest in any of this, but Ronnie and Carrie Teakle are here tonight, and they are my partners in the Muldoon Mall. And although I have no financial interest, and I think I could put the public interest first, I think this is one of those situations where if I voted for something that involved two of my partners, it might diminish the public trust, and I would ask not to be required to participate in this matter, Madam Chair.
All right. You've answered the first question that you have no financial interest. And the next question is, do you have a private interest in the matter? And apparently...
Yeah, well, they're my partners.
They're your partners.
In other business ventures, not this one, but in the others. And
okay. And your sense is that this might lead to a loss of public trust?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I would rule that you do have a conflict, and I'd ask you not to participate if that's all right with the body. Seeing no objection, then. This public hearing is open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us about the conditional use for the wine house? Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Birch made a motion, seconded by Dr. Selcraig. Is there discussion?
Oh, well done.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, that item is passed unanimously. If it's acceptable to the body, I would like to a motion to continue the Title 21, which is the next item on our agenda. But if there's, I need to open the public hearing. Pardon me first. The next item is 14I, which is a Title 21 public hearing. This item will actually be debated at our next meeting. If you'd like to speak now, you may. Anyone like to speak? Hearing and seeing no one, the motion to continue?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to continue that to 5:26. The next item before us is also a continuation that Mr. Flynn announced earlier. 14J, this is to waive permit fees and plan review fees for deteriorated property. He has announced an intention to continue. If you would like to speak to this now, however, you may. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to that? Hearing and seeing no one.
Madam Chair, I'd move that we continue the public hearing on this item until the June 23rd meeting.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this matter is continued unanimously. The next item before us is 14K. This is AO 51. It's authorizing a non-exclusive easement to the Girdwood Nordic Ski Club. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak to this item? Please come forward, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Matt Wedeking. I'm a board member of the Girdwood Nordic Ski Club. We're a newly developed nonprofit that will be the operating body to develop and maintain sustainable Nordic multi-use trail system and encourage responsible use through education, advocacy, and stewardship. Although we are a newly formed nonprofit, the proposed trail system has been discussed since 1968. Girdwood actually had a Nordic ski trail built for the 1969 Junior Nationals. It has since faded back into the forest. Now, after the completion of the Glacier Winter Creek feasibility study completed in 2006 by the Boutte Company, a new year-round Nordic multi-use trail system has been designed and has gained community-wide support. Along with numerous public forums, we have unanimous support from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, the Girdwood Land Use Committee, Girdwood 2020, Girdwood Inc., and we also have support from the Girdwood Trails Committee, Girdwood Rotary, the Alyeska Resort, and the Nordic Ski Association of Anchorage. We also have numerous letters of support from local businesses, local bed and breakfasts, and the head coaches of our local colleges here in Anchorage. This is a great community need. The Winter Creek Trail is being loved to death. It doesn't handle the kind of traffic we're putting on it, as well as it doesn't support bikes. These are going to be a year-round trail system. Most of the Girdwood trails are out and back, so this is going to be one of the first loop systems. This will be year-round. Currently, all our Nordic trails are located in wetlands, which is not what we're building trails on anymore. This supports Alyeska Resort's plan to become more of a four-season resort. And we, as far as design, we are fortunate to be working with Jim Galanis as a trail designer and planner. Jim is a former World Cup and Olympic skier and has helped design Nordic trails in the Anchorage area. And we have contracted with him to help us through the planning and permitting stage. Jim has held many public forums in Girdwood and compromised with the Trails Committee request and has designed up to 10K of trail that also meets FIS standards so future competition is possible in the area. We're realistically looking at the first 5K right now, and I hope you support this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank
Is
you.
there anyone else who'd like to speak? Oh, wait a minute. You've got questions. Mr. Stars first.
No, not the speaker. I'm sorry. I thought we were.
All right. Ms. Johnston, question for the speaker?
I just wanted to say thank you all for all your hard work on this, and I'm hoping that, urge everybody to approve.
Wait a minute. Mr. Birch?
I want to thank you for your patience and your hard work on this, for being here tonight. The municipality has one of its largest land bases and largest highest value assets in the some 5,000 acres in the Girdwood area. I guess, without knowing all the specifics, is this land have some potential for, housing or some alternative use at some point, or is there a good support and receptivity for relocation if it becomes necessary to accommodate any, long-term use for that property?
In the feasibility plan, they worked with the Alyeska Resort and the local landowners to make sure there wasn't the future development in this area. It's nestled in between the Winter Creek Trail and the cat track out to the ski area, so it's a real slim piece of land for the first 5K.
Great. Yeah. Well, good work on that. It's a great asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Please come forward.
Yes, Dwayne Schultz, and on that, we need to work on the trails we have, not develop new trails. I think also HLB has given like $50,000 to develop this, and we just had people walk out of here losing their money, so that's not right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Please come forward. Could you speak in the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Deborah Krogan, and I actually have a copy here that I wanted to pass out to her
Could
copy
you
to
give
everyone.
it to the clerk?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll read my testimony first, and then I have another one that, here's another copy actually, that was submitted to me. I have lived in Gerwood as a year-round resident and homeowner for the past 23 years. I'm a resident who actively participates in public service to the community, and I was a strong and vital part of the process of the drafting Gerwood Area Plan and the Turngan Arm Management Plan. I was one of the 8 original and founding members of the Gerwood Trails Committee and stayed on as a member for many years. I continue to attend Trail Committee meetings and receive meeting minutes monthly. I've served on the Fort Valley Board of Directors, and this is my 11th year as a Gerwood Forest Fair Committee member. I choose to live in Gerwood for many reasons. One of them seems relevant tonight is the quality of the life that Gerwood offers. I am an avid year-round outdoor enthusiast. I use the trails in Gerwood and Anchorage year-round almost daily. I enjoy my experiences and especially enjoy sharing them with my 8-year-old daughter, my dog, and my friends and other family members. I feel this proposed trail is an absurd and disgraced use of our precious lands. Not only does Gerwood already have undeveloped opportunities for skiing, there are also many, many trails in areas that are within the close proximity that are groomed for the use of Nordic skiers. I, too, have talked with many people about this proposed ski area, and one of the first comments I repeatedly hear is, why do we need another trail? Why don't we have an ice skating rink and community swimming pool? Why don't we spend this money on repair and maintenance of existing trails to make them safer? When I start to give people a little more information about this proposed project and what it is, most are adamantly opposed to it. Some of the other reasons are shared is that it is not a multi-use trail. There would be a user fee. There would be a huge clear cut, which is poor for our environment. It is adjacent to a wide green trail that already exists and was cleared and is daily maintained. It is extremely close to another long, well-timed, well-established, and well-maintained trail. Land would be cleared for another parking lot, and taxpayer money would ultimately fund it. Moreover, the fact that the proposal has gotten this far with little public outcry reflects the questionable motives of this group and the public process behind it. Members of the Trails Committee and the Gerwood Anchorage citizens have not been as supportive as this group claims and has left it in compromising situations as they to speak freely about this without starting a divide within our community. This plan was not made available for review in public places. There was a feasibility study which was guessworked, but where's the land use plan and the business plan? It is really responsible to allow land clearing before you have specific money. Any and all potential projects with any good and true intent must have an endowment set up, especially for one like this, with such an extensive and irreversible possible mistake that this would occur.
Can you summarize?
I can. I only have this
Go
left.
ahead.
And thank you. I appreciate it. The businesses that have contributed to this project already are hinting that they will not be here in 5 years. The so-called multi-use trail has restrictions, no dogs, for example. If you want a high-caliber ski trail, there are so many that already exist in the Muni. Even these trails, with all their constant attention to maintain for local use, repeatedly have to be shut down throughout the year due to weather, including this year. And even when a national event is scheduled to occur here, it had to be canceled. Gerwood is a rainforest. We just cannot rely on a solid snow base in the valley floor. In this time of feasibility instability, it would be prudent to spend money wisely and cautiously. I urge you to hold off on approving this project until these concerns have been properly addressed. The potential damage incurred by this project would be irreplaceable and irreparable. We need and owe it to our community to have a safe, interconnected, and year-round, user-friendly trail system.
Okay, you have a number of questions. Dr. Selkrieg's first. All right, Ms. Johnston.
I understand that the Board of Supervisors are in support of this. And so was it publicly noticed? I mean, at the Board of Supervisors, so there was a hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors on this?
Yes, there was.
And what about the Land Use Committee?
There was.
And so your point as far as no public hearing, I'm confused.
I didn't say there was no public hearing. I said there was no public review form or, anything to look at. There was some meetings that were held, and one was, yes, so there, if you want to ask another question about it.
So what was, finish what you're saying. You're saying there's a meeting held, there was a public hearing,
yes,
but
there were public hearings.
You didn't feel it was enough.
To obtain a written review and to see the paper, it wasn't made publicly available, i.e. at the library where all public draft programs and projects are available, there was none.
So what did they have at both those meetings? What did you see?
They had someone talk about it and promote it. And there was, that was what occurred.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Birch?
I want to thank you for coming down as well. And I've got a rather inadequate map here as far as delineating where things are exactly located. But I guess one of the questions I had, I didn't realize you can take your dogs on this proposed trail. Is that right?
That I would or would not take it on it.
Is that it's exclusive? You can't take dogs on it.
That's correct.
No ski. I thought, but it indicated in here it was a multi-use trail.
Well, there's no dogs allowed on it.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So there's another one that I don't know if this is. Haven't been to the assembly in many years, but
okay.
Someone else wrote a letter, and I believe that I am allowed to testify on their behalf. Is that correct or not?
You can give us the letter.
Okay.
But
this is from the Glacier Ranger office also.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? We can't make copies. There's only one copy.
Good evening. My name is Brian Burnett. I'm a board member of the Girdwood Nordic Ski Club. I'm a lifelong resident of Girdwood on and off for a number of years. I trust that the Assembly will recognize the positive impact that these trails will have on our community and on the municipality of Anchorage. These positive impacts have been recognized and endorsed by the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, the Girdwood Land Use Committee, and the Heritage Land Bank. Additionally, the Girdwood Trails Committee has discussed these trails in length and have had a positive recommendation on these trails, although it was not a unanimous approval like we had seen in some of the previous bodies. These trails represent improved recreational opportunities for residents and visitors alike in the Girdwood Valley. These trails will have a positive impact on Girdwood businesses. This endeavor will be a great example of a community-based project that enhances the quality of life in our city and our community of Girdwood. This project will represent how a well-designed system of sustainable trails can be built, operated, and maintained in our community. I will appreciate your positive consideration of this ordinance. If I could speak briefly about some previous comments. Dogs are not going to be allowed on the trails in the wintertime because of their impact on the grooming of the trails. For skate skiing, you need a fairly high-quality surface to have a good experience out on the trails. The other 3 seasons of the year On our year-round multi-use trails, there will be dogs, bikes, kids, strollers, you name it, out on the trails. As far as the amount of land that is going to need to be cleared for these trails, we are estimating that less than 3 acres is going to need to be cleared for the entire trail system. I thank you for your time and for having me here.
There are 2 people with questions, so stay around. Dr. Selkirk.
There was some reference in the speaker before you about charging people to use the trails. Are the trails going to be available for the public to use, or what?
The trails are going to be available for the public to use. We will be looking at how we can create some revenue from the trails, and it will probably be a voluntary contribution of sorts, perhaps along the line of what the Nordic Ski Club does in the trails in Anchorage. We have no plans at the current time to charge an admission fee for using the trails or for parking or for any activities on those trails.
Yeah, I would, in light of the fact that this is public land, and it's presented as a public improvement that the public has access to, I would strongly support you not charging them and actually using the model that we use in Anchorage, which is to buy the pins and to make donations.
The Nordic Ski Club is a great role model for us. They've set the bar very high for trail management, construction, and maintenance.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Birch?
Yeah, just how many lineal feet of trail are you looking at?
The ultimate build-out on the trail is around 10 kilometers. We're going to start off with 5 kilometers of the system, and then ultimately we have plans for 10 kilometers of trail total.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to, 3 acres at 20 foot wide, 120,000 square feet. I was just trying to figure out how many, what that worked out to, about 6,000 feet or something like that, a little over a mile. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought a map in case that helps clear up anything if anybody wants to take that.
And start with your name, please.
Okay. My name's Deb Essex. I'm a member of the Gerwood Nordic Ski Trail.
Okay.
In the club. And this is...
But you got to keep the mic in front of you.
Okay.
Just to be challenging here.
She's going to help me out. I just want to clear up some misinformation. This process, that the feasibility study that was completed in 2006 did have 3 forums, as well as a local survey about which was a weighted survey to kind of get an idea of whether the Gerwood residents felt that this project was important, all the way to do nothing. And with being important, weighted 5, do nothing, weighted 1, and it was overwhelmingly came out in the favor of 5, that they feel that a 5 to 10 kilometer trail system for multi-use would be very important and very looked as a huge improvement in the valley. Aside from those 3 public forums for the feasibility study, after the feasibility study was completed, there was 2 open houses held with the results of the feasibility study. After that, the results were also presented to the land use and the Gerwood Board of Supervisors. So when that was all done, then we formed as a Gerwood Nordic Ski Club, a nonprofit, and we started the process again with the Land Use Committee, the Gerwood Board of Supervisors, Gerwood 2020, Gerwood Inc., Gerwood Rotary, and on. So I feel that it's been a very public process in the last 2 years, with people given a great opportunity to speak for and against it, and we've received overwhelming support. In fact, I've only seen before today 2 letters of concern, and both of which I've talked to. One was about the dogs, and one was about parking, which we've now been working with the Anchorage Parks and Rec to look at increasing one of the parking lots at the Moose Meadows. So both of those we've addressed. We're now moving forward. I don't agree with the term clear cutting for any additional parking. I haven't heard of that, nor do we plan to do so.
Okay, thank
I
you.
thank you for your time.
We have 3 questions. Mr. Flynn?
Deb,
Yes.
are you still playing softball?
No, that's not me, I don't think.
No? Okay, you look a lot like a okay, then I'll let it go. Never mind.
That was easy.
Mr. Birch?
Are the yellow, I can kind of see that, the yellow, is that the existing trail network?
The yellow is the proposed first 5 kilometers.
Where's the existing trail? Is that the green? That's the one that's out there now, right?
What's the red?
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
what we have for a map.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
extremely frustrating to not know.
Okay, anything else,
Great,
Mr. Birch?
thank you. No, I just appreciate
All
it.
right, Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to point out to the Assembly that we have this map, which is mostly black, that doesn't look anything like the map that this gentleman is showing us. And I'm a little bit frustrated that, that we didn't have any work sessions on a lot of topics tonight, leading to a lot of frustration. I would like a little more clarity on this before I am comfortable voting in favor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have some points
Go
of
ahead,
clarity on
Mr.
the
Starr.
record, and I know we're late in the evening. Through HLB, I guess, does this group report directly to you guys then, or is it the organizational structure that it goes to Parks and Rec?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, Allison Smith, Heritage Land Bank. The structure is set up so that we'll issue them an easement. They're a nonprofit. They will actually construct the trails. Girdwood Trails Committee will then work with them on maintenance of trails in the long term. And that is Girdwood Board of Supervisors money as well as Parks money. So it goes, it's a little more convoluted than in the bowl.
So if they have user altercations or high incidence of, say, bear problems or something like that, who's the agency from the municipality that's going to sort of provide oversight to that solution or that problem?
Change the agenda now.
Most likely Girdwood Parks. I'd like to say APD, but sorry,
But not
I can't.
HLB though, right?
That's, that's correct.
And you guys don't have to supervise.
Maintenance and those other issues will not be covered by HLB.
You don't have to supervise the construction of the trails?
Correct. They have a professional on their staff as a volunteer, and they will provide us construction drawings, preliminary drawings.
So you say who now?
They will provide that to HLB to make, and we will review them to ensure that they are being constructed correctly, and they will give us an as-built survey after the trails are completed.
And why does it feel justified that HLB contribute $50,000 to the project?
Well, I'm sorry I wasn't on the staff at the time in 2006 when the money was put into our capital budget, but it seems like a contribution toward recreation and health in the Girdwood Valley, and HLB's property makes up a very large proportion of the valley.
So are you giving it to the nonprofit directly, or is the funds allocated for, and one who approved their budget, I should know that, but are you giving it through the Board of Supervisors to hand out?
Actually, the current model is that when they get into construction, they'll send us bills and we'll pay up to $50,000 so that we know that that money has actually been spent toward the construction of the trails.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm just looking at HLB being in that intimate development role here as somewhat that's a little bit unordinary as to other agencies that are better at it. But, if it is, it is. I just don't want to see problems to where HLB is the authority in charge. Seems a little bit odd.
Through the chair, and I think I hear another question there. If I am not comfortable with my level of expertise for reviewing these plans, I will get assistance from our project management and engineering.
I guess I was trying to, if you just said the Board of Supervisors has direct, or they're talking about land committees and that kind of thing where they had the mitigation responsibilities for residents that are upset or there's a lighting problem or a bear problem or whatever, if they're going to continue to call HLB from now into the future to mitigate those kind of problems, then HLB's role is slightly changed than what I thought the Parks Group were supposed to do and the Board of Supervisors were supposed to do down there, but I may be uneducated. I'm just using the model from what I see from our district modeling, from our parks, and the role that John Rada plays as district manager and how the oversight of trails development happens in my community, where I thought the similarities would be there because HLB had a hands-off type of arrangement. There is
through
no
the
question.
chair. Okay, we're fine, I think. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. That item is approved, 9-1. The next item before us is 14L, acquisition of real property in Peters Creek for ML&P. Anyone who'd like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public, is there discussion? Is there opposition? Seeing no opposition, this item is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14M, AO57, to grant a revocable use permit to, is it Passeur Aerospace? Anyone like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there discussion?
I just have a question
Go
for the
ahead,
administration more than that. What happens if we start seeing interference complaints and things that oversight that? Who weighs in on that? Do we just pull it, shut it down, and tell them to cool it till they prove to us it's okay? Well, this is the way I understand. This is a private operator of a system that they sell the information to on flight arrivals. It doesn't really assist air transit other than ground crews, correct?
Mr. Starr, through the chair, the technology that's designed for this has been approved by the airport, and this provider has been recommended by the airport. The system and the technology does not interfere with any kind of communication devices that exist now.
All right.
It adds to their existing capabilities.
I read some of that, but I didn't get the technical specs and probably should have, so just urge approval. Thanks.
Mr. Birch.
I just want to recognize and thank Mr. John Parrott with the airport for being down here all night, being available to answer any questions on this system. I did read the background materials. I think it's going to be a great addition to the community, and it's going to be nice to have that information available. And urge approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there any objection to this matter? Seeing none, this item passes unanimously. The next item before us is 14N AO58, authorizing a land exchange with the Alaska Railroad Corporation. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Mr. Flynn, did you want to?
Yeah,
Go
Madam
ahead,
President,
Mr. Flynn.
I'd like to declare a potential conflict of interest. I would note that one of the parties in this land swap is my employer.
Hearing that, Mr. Flynn, I think that you would have an interest in your employer's business, and I'm going to ask you to not participate unless there is objection from the body.
Madam Chair, I think there was a ruling on this when we talked about North Point earlier that Mr. Flynn was conflicted.
Okay. So, seeing that, without Mr. Flynn, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I met with Mr. Ron Pollack from ACDA this morning to discuss this land swap. I know there was a little bit of concern about the disparity in the values, and I would note this. The value associated with the railroad land was diminished by the value because of the overriding leasehold interest in it, which made it valued in one way. The city is acquiring the fee simple, interest free, and clear of the leasehold, so it's a more valuable parcel. Plus, it's a $6 million deal, so the disparity is rather insignificant. I would really urge approval. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing no one, is there objection? Seeing no objection, this matter is passed 9-0, absent Mr. Flynn. Moving on. The next item before us is 14O. This is issuance of a land use permit to the Girdwood Forest Fair Committee for camping on HLB lands. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to that? Please come forward. And just to announce, we can only go for about 15 more minutes. So if you come forward now, you'll save us a few minutes if you want to speak to that. Go ahead, sir.
Dwayne Schultz. The Forest Fair is one of the oldest fundraisers for public fundraisers in Alaska. It's one of the oldest arts and music festivals in Alaska. and the camping can be worked out. We've tried for years to try to get this under control. There was never 2,000 campers on the island that they talked about. This year we're trying to control it down to around 500 people, which will make everything a lot better.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Susan Sandy, and I am the vendor coordinator for the Girdwood Forest Fair Committee. And speaking on behalf of many of the Forest Fair vendors, they all need a place to camp. Many of them camp so they don't have to drive back and forth to Anchorage. They don't want the added expense of staying in the hotel or a local B&B, and they'd like to be near their booths. And they would be highly affected by this. And the other part of it is the alternative to not having a contained campground in Girdwood that weekend would be very detrimental to our community. So I urge you all to pass this waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Mr. Birch has a question.
Well, the last time I went to a forest fair, I think there was a really big sign that said "No politicians allowed." Is that still the case?
It's not the person; it's the politics.
Oh, okay.
We don't want anything controversial. We just want a fun festival that's politics free. You all are absolutely welcome there, and we encourage you to come and bring your families, because that's what it's all about.
We're looking forward to a successful program this year.
Yes, we are too.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch, did you note that politicians are prohibited in the actual lease document?
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brian Burnett. I am here to speak in favor of approving the ordinance to waive the municipal code and allow camping on HLB land. I am a homeowner in Girdwood, and I've been a member of the community on and off since before the earthquake. I support all of the efforts and actions of the Girdwood Forest Fair Committee to resurrect the Forest Fair. Granted, there are some disruptions in our community during the Forest Fair, but however, our community benefits from programs funded by the Forest Fair proceeds year-round. The Forest Fair is a spectacular community event. It inspires members of our community to get out and volunteer. It was my introduction to volunteering in the community, working in the Forest Fair as a youngster. On a side note, they also do not allow dogs at the Forest Fair. Please allow the Forest Fair Committee to manage the event as they see fit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Please come forward. I'm sorry, I'm pushing. We've got 10 minutes and 2 items.
Mine's really quick. Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, my name's Deb Essex. I also am in support of this. I am a member of the Girdwood Trails Committee, and I'm also a member of the Anchorage Waterways Council. So I support this, but I also am very happy to see on this the number 6B, 6, and 7 that prior payment of application and event fee is required by HLB, and prior payment of $5,000 security for cleanup. This event also inspired me to become a volunteer in Girdwood, and I clean up before and after the event on my own time, and notice that this is a pretty big job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Mr. Birch moved. Is there a second? And there was a second. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, is there opposition? Seeing no opposition, that passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, if I might, we have approximately 12 minutes left to the evening and in about half a dozen items to deal with. I think we can expedite our way through these if we extend the meeting for 15 minutes and complete all these items.
All right. I want to inform you that I've been told that we have to deal with 14T or we potentially lose the money. So T is the priority.
We could take them out of order, but that would require a vote to reorder the agenda.
Move that we change the order of the day. Second.
Okay, 14
T.
Item 14O and 14T should be.
We just did O, ma'am.
Okay, great.
All right. So the amendment before do you object to reordering the agenda to dealing with T next? Seeing no objection then, let's go immediately to T. This is a resolution, it's Resolution 114 to amend the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program. If you would like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one.
Move to approve.
All right, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there opposition? Seeing no opposition, that matter is approved unanimously. All right. Moving on, 14P. This is a public hearing on the funding for the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Rec Youth Employment in Parks. Right. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to that? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Coffey's enthusiastic right now. Is there opposition? Seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. We are now at 14Q, which is AR 107, which is appropriating some funding for the Americans with Disabilities Paratransit Service. Anyone who'd like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Is there opposition? Seeing none, that matter passes unanimously. We're now at 14R. This is AR 108. This is an appropriation for the Anchorage Area Countdown Pedestrian Signals Project. Anyone who'd like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion? Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Having recently visited Washington, D.C., where pedestrian countdown signals allow you up to a minute to get across an intersection, I'd like to know from the administration if these are adjustable and can be adjusted to suit conditions once set and determined, whether or not they meet the needs of a particular intersection.
Madam Chairman, Assemblyperson Drummond, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. What's the maximum allowable crossing time? Do you know?
There is no maximum.
Okay. Sometimes you need that. 58 seconds was the longest one I experienced in D.C.
Drummond, there's probably a 99-second limit because I don't think you can get a third digit on those screens, but I think that's
true.
the only limit.
99 seconds is a very long time.
All right. Is there any other discussion? Is there any opposition to this matter? That matter then passes unanimously. We're at 14S on the agenda. This is AR 113, and it's related to improvements of West 80th Avenue from West Park Drive to Lucy Street. Anyone like to speak to this? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there opposition? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is approved unanimously.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
I just wanted to weigh in before somebody yells, move to adjourn, because Mr. Coffey and I have some constituents that have been sitting here all night for audience participation, so I just wanted to not let that happen. Thank you.
All right. Would you like to come forward and speak to us? And if you could be succinct, and I apologize, but we're supposed to be out of here by 11.
E. Francis Cedar. I spoke on April 14th regarding opening Wright Street to 40th Avenue and the objections of residents. April 24th, there was a meeting with MOA Traffic Department, Dell Engineering, arranged by Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Coffey also attended that. There was a weekly stated reason by MOA Traffic Department to open Wright Street to the new 40th Avenue related to minor traffic calming to 42nd Avenue. The effects on Wright Street of opening the dead end of Wright to the new 40th Avenue were clearly stated as devastating by residents and political supporters due to an increase in traffic from 150 vehicles per day to between 1,000 and 2,500 vehicles per day. We have 100 children in the neighborhood, possibly more, who play on and around Wright Street. We also have serious issues with foot traffic in our volatile area. We are bounded by Alaska Psychiatric Institute, the Rescue Mission on Tudor, and also Anchorage Community Mental Health. among other businesses. And we have gang issues. I have a website up, openingrightiswrong.com, and I am chronicling the bullets and gang tags I'm finding in the area, and also working with Anchorage Police Department to bring the entire area up with active and formal neighborhood watch. Unfortunately, on April 30th, there was a homicide on the back street of the intersecting road Kimberly Court. It intersects directly with Wright Street. The dead end, once again, ushered a criminal directly into the hands of the police before this person could harm anyone else. There is, this is essentially history repeated. 5609, we attended the University Area Community Council meeting. There was overwhelming support for absolute objections to opening the dead end of Wright Street to the new 40th Avenue. Reiteration of consistent objections by University Area Community Council members since onset of 40th Avenue extension project, and also Community Advisory Committee members was received. During the meeting on April 24th with Municipality of Anchorage Traffic Department, more than 20 residents took a day off of work to attend that meeting. And we are asking for the Assembly's support in not opening the dead end of Wright Street, because it will essentially place our neighborhood, our already volatile neighborhood, in such a compromised situation that we absolutely will not be able to live there safely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, would you like to come forward?
Yes, my name is Mike Stoynoff. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1982, with the exception of about 6 years at the end of 1980s when the economy went to hell and I had to leave the state. But however, even during that time, I still maintained residence at the place that I moved into in 1982. Excuse me. The whole thing really breaks down to this, that ever since I moved into the neighborhood, and long before that, it has been a residential neighborhood with large numbers of families, people of many ethnic backgrounds who live together. And the one thing is that the street has never been open to vehicle traffic, and as such the kids play in the street, and I never ever have heard of a child or any other person being hurt by cars speeding on that road. But if they open it up, other than the occasional teenager a little high on testosterone, we will have traffic on that road of speeds up to 25 miles an hour legally and above, and this is a danger to our kids, people that are retired there, etc. Now, since 1993, I have led a charge to stop any possible opening of Wright Street at the 40th Avenue extension, and I conducted petition drives both in 93 and in 2009. I have with me 55 petitions signed by 76 signatories representing people in over 50 living units who do not want to see Wright Street open to 40th Avenue. And I can drop these off with you now, and hopefully this can be resolved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are two questions. Two people want to ask you questions, but before they do, could I have a motion to allow us to continue to hear the final speaker?
Move to continue.
Is there objection? 5 minutes maximum? All right. Dr. Selkirk, you wanted to ask him a question?
I wanted to know if they're aware that this project isn't going to happen this year, and I only because I think they're testifying, and maybe some of their your concerns are not going to be as great if you get some information from the administration. And is it appropriate for me to just, Mr. Abbott, could you respond to the nature of where we are, so that people who are testifying know?
Before you do it, Ms. Gray-Jackson, I understand that, but Ms. Gray-Jackson convened a meeting, and I'm going to ask her during committee reports at the beginning of next meeting to report back to us on what was discussed. They seem a remarkably well-organized group.
And it's my understanding, though, just that the money's not there for this project this year.
That's not true, Madam Chair.
All right. Could we, since we're really short on time, just confine it to questions of the speaker, and then we can get background next meeting?
Well, I think it's important for them to have the information.
I know, but my belief is that Mr. Coffey and Ms. Gray-Jackson are dealing with this fairly well so far.
Madam Chair, we have another meeting scheduled tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
2:30.
At 2:30.
Thank you. Do we have questions for this gentleman right now? All right. With that, thank you very much for coming. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Charmin Haley. I live at 2925 Kimberly Court. I've lived there for 15 years. I raised my family there. I chose that house because it is a quiet, dead-end street close to my work, where I can walk or bicycle to work. And it was just barely far enough from major streets where I could have a little bit of peace and quiet. I do regret that they are now building the 40th Street extension across my back property line, and I will now be next door to cars and traffic again, where I am used to walking in the quiet. I'm resigned to that. I understand the public need for improved access to the New Providence developments, but I've queried traffic engineers repeatedly, and not a single one has been able to give me a reasonable explanation for why they want to connect Wright Street to 40th Street, other than the fact that the city maintenance vehicles would like to be able to drive through so they don't have to back out. But that doesn't resolve Kimberly Court, which is, anyway. So I'm here with my neighbors to ask you to support us in this ongoing 3-year battle with our own planning commission, which doesn't seem to listen to community residents. And I have drafted a resolution for your consideration, which I'd like to read and then hand to the clerk. Whereas the Anchorage Assembly supports residential neighborhoods that are safe and healthy for children, families, elders, and differently abled residents, encourages neighbors to know their neighbors and work together to prevent crime, protect property, and promote clean, attractive public spaces, respects community involvement and listens to community voice in the design of their local neighborhood, and understands that dead-end streets and cul-de-sacs promote all these neighborhood values. Whereas the Anchorage Assembly recognizes that the residents of Wright Street, Kimberly Court, Clarbert Court, Brantley Place, and 42nd Avenue have consistently attended all public meetings since 2001 and have continuously opposed the opening of the north end of Wright Street. And the Assembly has now received 55 new petitions signed by 76 residents of Wright Street, Kimberly Court, Clarbert Court, and Brantley Place and their supporters, protesting the plan to connect Wright Street to the new 40th Street extension. Be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly directs the Municipal Planning Department to revise the 40th Street extension design to maintain the dead-end character of Wright Street by constructing and maintaining a continuous 6-foot-high cedar fence in place of the current chain link